So we have apologies from Councillor Sarwar and Councillor McCall. If I can just ask members, for the benefit of the public watching, to confirm that they're present in the meeting. Councillor Ahern.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Deputy Provost Beard, we have yourself. Councillor Barnacle.
Present.
Councillor Liz Barrett.
Present.
Councillor Peter Barrett.
Do you want to unmute it?
I've unmuted it.
No, it's saying mute.
Councillor Peter Barrett. I'll come back. Councillor Braun.
Present.
Councillor Cobb.
Present.
Councillor Audrey Coates.
Present.
Councillor Harry Coates.
Present.
Councillor Donaldson.
Present.
Councillor Drysdale.
Present.
Councillor Duff.
Present.
Councillor Forbes.
Morning, I'm here.
Councillor Gray.
Present.
Councillor Illingworth.
Present.
Councillor James.
Good morning. Present.
Councillor Jarvis.
Here.
Councillor Lane.
Present.
Councillor Lyle.
Present.
Councillor Massey.
Present.
Councillor McCall.
Present.
Councillor McDade.
Present.
Councillor McEwen.
Present.
Councillor Parrott.
Present.
Councillor Pover.
Present.
Councillor Purvis.
Present.
Councillor Rebeck.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
Councillor Robertson.
Present.
Councillor Shires.
Present.
Councillor Simpson.
Present.
Councillor Smith.
Morning, everyone. Present.
Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Councillor Waters.
Present.
Councillor Williamson.
Present.
And Councillor Wilson.
Present.
And I'll just come back to confirm, do we have Councillor Peter Barrett?
Present.
Thank you. So that's all members present, Provost.
Thank you very much, Scott. Members, are there any declarations of interest today? Okay,
Provost, Councillor.
we've got Councillor. And we've got Councillor Rebeck
And Councillor McEwen.
and Councillor McEwen.
I have a non-financial interest as a board member of LAV.
Thank you. Are there any others?
Sorry, Provost. Councillor Braun, yes, I have a non-financial interest in Live Active Leisure as well.
Okay, thank you.
And finally, myself, Provost, as a non-financial interest in Live Active Leisure.
Thank you, Councillor McEwen. Thank you. Under A1 request for deputations, councillors, do you agree to hear the following deputation request in relation to item 5 on the agenda? The joint deputation request is from Ian Brown and Mr David Munro and Mr Paul Cromwell of Live Active Leisure. Do you agree to hear the deputation?
Agreed.
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 Thank you. Thank you. Item 3 is the notice of motion in terms of Standing Order 8.4. For your information, members, I agreed to consider this motion as an urgent item of business at today's meeting in order to avoid the need to call a further special council meeting. Can I now ask Councillors McDade and Lang to move and second the motion?
Good morning, Provost. Thank you very much for inviting me to bring this motion forward this morning. I think it's safe to say that we have all been appalled by the scenes that we have seen online, on TV, and listened to over the radio in the past days and weeks of what is happening in Ukraine, the unwarranted invasion of a sovereign European nation by one of its neighbours is truly appalling in the 21st century, or indeed in any century, but it is particularly appalling after so many decades of peace that we are again in this situation. From my point of view, I wanted to see that the Council does everything it can to support the people of Ukraine at this time through our very limited abilities, but we do have some options that are open to us, not just merely warm words, but there are abilities to take actions, and I have made a number of recommendations for the Council to act upon, and I'm grateful for colleagues across the Chamber who not only have supported the motion but have made suggestions which we have incorporated into the motion already, and I believe some other incorporations will be requested this morning as well. So I think I'm just going to run through those proposals at the moment that we have within the motion, which is firstly to suspend our twinning with the Perth City with SCOF in Russia until such time as Russia ends its unwarranted attack and withdraws from Ukraine. And I would ask Provost that you write to the administration in SCOF to express the Council's position on this matter and our strongest condemnation of the actions of the Russian government. We also are resolving to formally no longer invite the Russian ambassador or the Consul General until again such time as Russia ceases this action. And the leader of the Council, I believe, has already written to the Ambassador and Consul General, and I'm grateful to him for doing so. And we also would like to seek to adopt a Ukrainian city and to help direct our local efforts towards them in the longer term. And I think it's quite important that we recognise that whilst we hope that obviously the war will come to an end very soon, there will be decades of rebuilding of Ukraine, and the devastation that they have experienced will take decades and lifetimes to recover. And I think that adopting a Ukrainian city with the hope of being able to twin with them in the future would be a positive way forward for that. And I believe that Councillor Parrott has a suggestion which I shall leave him to talk to as to which city we should perhaps adopt. And also I think it's important that we continue to express our support for Ukrainian refugees who are fleeing a war zone, and that Perth and Kinross, which has a long history of welcoming refugees, will continue to welcome refugees from Ukraine and from elsewhere, and that we will work with the Scottish and UK governments to facilitate that. And I know members have received a briefing in the last couple of days saying that the Council is in a position and ready to do so. I think it's also important that when we hope hostilities do come to an end, that we look to deepen our links not just with Ukraine, but also to look to rebuild those links in Russia, because we are very clear that many of the Russian people are against this war. Many of them do not understand what is happening. They're being fed lies and misinformation by state media. Free media has been clamped down on, and it is absolutely vital that after the war comes to an end, we seek to prevent this from happening again by making those closer links, and that should be across all of our twin towns and cities, and those bilateral links are very important. And I think it's also very clear from my point of view that we have seen many of the Russian people on the streets protesting and sadly getting arrested. People are having to flee the country in fear of their lives from Russian authorities. Not all of the Russian people are behind this action, and it is important that we stand with those people as well. And finally, there was an action around flying the Ukrainian flag from the building. I'm very grateful to the Council Chief Executive and officers for ensuring this has already happened as well. So those are just some actions that are within the council's competency that we can show as practical, meaningful steps to take forward. And I think it goes without saying, but I am going to say it anyway, that we do all absolutely condemn this act of unwarranted aggression. And I think it's important though that we follow those warm words, as it were, up with real actions that we can implement and work with our local authority partners across the country to do so as well. So that is all I'm going to say at the moment, Provost. I'm going to let other members come in on the debate, and I will sum up at the end if you're okay with that, and welcome other contributions. So thank you very much.
Can I ask Councillor Lane to second the motion?
Thanks very much, Provost. It doesn't give me great pleasure to actually second this motion, because I just wish this motion didn't have to be brought forward. Unfortunately, we've been put in this invidious position by the actions of the Russian government against their neighbouring and brothers next door. The one thing about this motion is that I'm extremely happy to second everything that Councillor McDade has said, but also with the almost unanimity, which isn't an easy word for me to say, that everybody's got behind this and come up with suggestions of their own, not to weaken the motion but to strengthen it. And I welcome everybody who has put forward suggestions and may put forward suggestions today. We've strengthened what the initial motion was by all elected members from across the chamber joining in and bringing this forward. I think that we have made it completely clear that this is not against the Russian people per se. This is against the decision of the Russian government. And I fully support Councillor McDade that if and when we get back to more normal times, that we'll be able to re-establish our twinning link with the people of Scotland. And when we're, if we do visit or they visit us, we'll be able to explain to them exactly what their government did, and hopefully make them give them a more independent understanding of why we've taken this action. I think that's all really I want to say on this just now, and I'm quite happy and want to hear what other members have to say. But I'd like to thank everybody who's been involved in bringing forward this motion. I was fortunate enough to be outside to High Street when the Ukrainian flag was unfurled, and there's been a lot of positive comment, and it's in a prominent place. So thanks to officers and the staff who enabled that action. So thank you very much, Provost, and thank you everybody else for supporting this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lane. Now we have several comments, and I've got Councillor Stewart first.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to begin by saying, obviously, that I, along with all members of the Chamber, strongly condemn Russia's attack on the sovereignty and democracy of the people of the Ukraine. And I support Her Majesty's Government's leading the way on the supply of arms, the imposition of economic and targeted sanctions, and the supply of humanitarian aid. And I note President Zelensky's personal thanks to Prime Minister Johnson in his address to the House of Commons yesterday. Twinning is between people, not just between cities or local authorities. And what had made me just slightly conflicted initially about signing the motion was that our issue is not with the people of Pskov, but with Putin and his supporters. And I would like to express my support for ordinary Russians who are taking to the streets and protesting both against this illegal war and against the regime. But I've been, having spoken to Councillor McDade, I've been reassured that that is entirely the sentiment behind the motion. So speaking directly to the ordinary people of Pskov, I would say this conflict is cruel and it is brutal. Both Ukrainians and Russians are dying, and I urge you to protest this conflict because it is being carried out in your name. While we are today suspending the formal relationship between our cities, I hope that the relationships between our peoples will continue. Provost, I'm very happy to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Parrott, please.
Thank you very much, Provost. It gives me no pleasure to support this motion, as I would fervently wish that it was not necessary. But it is necessary. It is not only necessary, but it is essential. Pskov is where in March 1917, Tsar Nicholas II signed his abdication. Perhaps Mr. Putin should visit Pskov soon with similar intent. I visited Pskov twice at the Orthodox New Year while I was living in Estonia. I have good memories of visiting the historic Petseri Monastery and Izborsk Fortress close to Pskov, and the Pskov Kremlin in the city itself. I remember the ice on the Velikaya River through the city and the ice fair in the park by the river. And I have hazier memories of New Year's Eve in bars in the city. I encountered no hostility from residents, only curiosity, as tourists are not common in winter. But Pskov is also the base of the 76th Guards Air Assault Division, an elite formation of the Russian airborne forces. At Mr. Putin's direction, the Russian armed forces have mounted an unprovoked, massive and disgraceful invasion of Ukraine, which, because they have failed singularly to rapidly achieve their strategic objectives, is ongoing with ever more destruction even now. The Ukrainian armed forces have and are resisting with every ounce of strength at their disposal, and the Ukrainian people are resisting in every way that they can, including in the places that the Russians have already occupied. I understand all of the reasons why NATO cannot engage in this conflict directly, but make no mistake, the Ukrainians are not just fighting for themselves, they are on the front line of a wider conflict that is ours too. I remember the dismay in Estonia when Mr. Putin first came to power in Russia. We must do everything that we can to support Ukraine and the Ukrainians, and that includes making our opposition known to the Russians in every way that we can. Further to what Councillor McDade was saying, I believe that we should seek to adopt and thereafter twin with a city or town of similar size to Perth to the east of the Dnieper River, where I think most of the destruction is taking place. This motion is something we can do and must do. There are many, many Russians opposed to Putin's war, and there will be more than a few in Pskov. I am sure they will understand and support our action, even as they are arrested for protesting. Heavy Russian artillery is, 80 years on, making latter-day Stalingrads of Kharkiv and Mariupol, to name just two Ukrainian cities. The destruction is easily the worst in Europe since 1945. I have seen similar destruction at first hand, and it hurts to see it again on the TV and on the internet. Please let us have unanimity in supporting this motion. Thank you.
Very much, Councillor Parrott. Can I ask Councillor Hearn, please?
Thank you, Provost. Firstly, I'd like to say that I'm supporting the motion. I support what's been said by others so far, and I share the personal conflict with regards to the Russian people expressed by Councillor Stewart. I am repeating what others have said, but it's important to emphasise them. What's happening in Ukraine right now is a disaster, and the Ukrainian people are suffering at the hands of a tyrant. However, the Ukrainian people are working together in their tens of thousands to protect their homeland. This war is not supported by the majority of Russian people, as we have seen in the countless demonstrations across Russia as shown on our TVs. Unfortunately, in Russia, we have seen that any demonstrations against this government is brought to a swift end and people demonstrating removed to who knows where. Restraints on demonstrations have got harsher in the last few days, and the numbers getting removed and imprisoned are well over 4,300 and rising. We must remember as well that some of the people that support the actions of Putin only do so because they believe what they are told by their media. This includes a large proportion of Russian troops who are currently involved in the war in Ukraine. The actions taken are clearly down to Putin and his close political elite and his desire to rebuild the old USSR. He's had this desire for a long time. In 1989, when the Berlin Wall came down, he was a KGB officer in Dresden, and he hated what he was witnessing and the idea that the USSR was collapsing. These experiences taught him lessons that he's never forgotten, gave him ideas for a model society, and shaped his ambitions for a powerful network and personal wealth. Above all, it left him with a huge anxiety about the frailty of political elites and how easily they can be overthrown by the people. Putin's life and career from then on shaped his desire to see the rebuilding of the old USSR. And as we saw in the annexation of Crimea, Crimea and other areas, this latest attempt in the invasion of Ukraine is just another piece in Putin's attempt to rebuild it, and he will not stop. As you can see, this is Putin's plan. We need in some way to support the ordinary people of Russia, including the residents of Pskov, and let them know that we do not hold them responsible for the actions of their deluded, egotistical leader. However, that said, the many countries around the world, including the UK, have put in sanctions against Russia, well aware that they also have an effect on the ordinary people of Russia, but it is something that is necessary, but unfortunately unavoidable. As I said, I have signed this motion and joined in the cross-party decision to suspend twinning relations with Pskov, and we have joined with many other towns and cities in the UK that have done the same thing. It will show the people of Pskov that we cannot allow a country to destroy the democratic will of an independent country just because their leader doesn't like it. It is a hard decision to take, as we've seen by the fact that at least 2 local authorities have decided not to suspend relations and to work with the people of their respective towns. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Provost, and may God help the people of Ukraine and Russia. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ahern. Can I, at this point in time, can I bring in Scott Hendry?
Thanks, Provost. Just to clarify, I'm aware that we're having requests within the chat for the virtual meeting for members to either comment on the motion that has been moved and seconded or to make an amendment. In terms of standing orders, we do, in terms of standing order 16.1, we set out that the motion will be heard, and then if there are any amendments and then there are comments. What I was trying to do was distinguish between the fact that we could have comments on the motion that's been moved and seconded, and then there is the opportunity once the amendments moved to have comments. I'm also just aware that because of the way we're doing this in virtual, there is an order in which the requests come in on the chat to speak. It may be that if we were in the chambers having a physical meeting, if the hand went up for the amendment, that would have been seen first. So, Provost, it may be that overall, my advice would be that if other members are content, that we hear the amendment and any other amendments, and then we go back to comments, and we can then have comments on both the motion and the amendments.
Thank you very much for that advice, Scott. Can I ask Councillor Barrett to move his amendment?
Thank you very much, Provost. There are times where there are things that are a hell of a lot more important than the standing of orders of the council, and I think that the contributions that we've had from speakers already have been powerful and very much worth hearing. Provost, I want to thank Councillors McDade and Lang for bringing forward this motion to Council and for the cross-party and consensus-building way that they've gone about it. I give my full support to the motion to the suspension of Perth's twinning with Pskov and to our demonstrations of solidarity with Ukraine and our protests directed at Putin and Russia. Provost, the illegal and unjustified invasion of Ukraine by Russia has been horrifying, a rapidly and drastically developing humanitarian crisis as war is being fought with over 1.5 million civilians forced to leave Ukraine and seek refuge and asylum. Poland and Hungary have been in the vanguard of countries opening their arms to Ukrainians seeking sanctuary, whose numbers may reach 4 million, and I commend those countries for that. Provost, Britain needs to do more to welcome and more to support refugees from Ukraine, to increase the numbers of people we offer sanctuary to, and to do that better with visa-free entry to the UK and swifter, deeper and deeper actions on sanctions. Provost, on Friday I attended the COSLA Communities and Wellbeing Board meeting where representatives were addressed by members of the Ukrainian community in Edinburgh. Linda Allison, chairwoman of the Scottish branch of the Association of Ukrainians in Great Britain, and her colleague Mike Ostapiko welcomed what we have already done here in Perth. We also heard how the Ukrainian Church, Our Lady of Pochev and St Andrew have stopped asking for donations to be transported to Poland and the Ukraine because the response, like in Perth, has been overwhelming and they have no more storage room. But what they did appeal for, in addition to tangible and visible solidarity, such as the collection and distribution of aid and goods, protests against Russia and the lighting up in blue and yellow of civic spaces and structures, as Perth and Kinross has been quick to do. What they really want is for donations to the Disasters Emergency Committee's Ukraine Humanitarian Appeal, where donations have been matched funded by the UK government. Provost, Renfrewshire Council made the donation of £10,000 to the appeal, and when I heard that, it gave me hope. Hope that we too can put our money where our mouths are, with financial support which can deliver rapid assistance in a rapidly unfolding catastrophe. I said that I would endeavour to match Renfrewshire's actions and efforts today. There is legislation which governs donations to charities abroad, so I'm grateful for the advice of the Council legal team in ensuring that the amendment complies with the law, and the wording of the amendment reflects that. And my amendment is an addendum to the motion. It doesn't change any part of the motion other than adding to it in what has been a rapidly changing situation. The amendment notes that the Council is not authorised to provide direct relief to charities abroad. It notes, secondly, that the basis of the Section 83 brackets 3 of the Local Government Act 1973 states a local authority may incur expenditure on contributions to any of the following funds. That is to say, A, the funds of any charitable body in furtherance of its work in the United Kingdom. So for the purposes of this amendment, Council agrees that a donation of £10,000 is made to the Disasters Emergency Committee, DEC, to fund its members' charities' UK-based activities in recognition of the considerable strain the crisis in Ukraine has placed on the resources of these charities. And I hope that Council is minded to approve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Can I now ask Councillor Liz Barrett to second the...
Thank you, Provost. Councillors, we know that Perth and Kinross is united in our horror at the invasion of Ukraine and our solidarity with those who are providing help to the millions of refugees who are fleeing everything that was familiar and normal just 2 weeks ago: homes, family, work, education and their country. We salute, especially as Peter mentioned, the people of Poland and Hungary who are doing all they can to support them. And we thank St John's Church for organising the Peace March next Saturday, which I will certainly be attending. I'm in full support of the motion. We know that Disasters Emergency Committee is recognised as the most effective agency, with donations of up to 20 million having been matched by the UK government. We know that its UK-based activities are being impacted by the demands on its resources at this time. I'd just like to clarify that Finance have confirmed that it is appropriate that the donation should come out of unallocated reserves, just if anyone is wondering about that. And I'd just like to thank everyone for supporting this amendment as an addition to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. I understand. Sorry, somebody's trying to speak. Okay, I think we'll just move on to comments now. So it's Councillor Duff, please. Oh, I beg your pardon, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Provost. I'm happy to fully support the motion and the amendment today, or I should probably say the amended motion. In my other employment in software development, I made many visits to the Ukrainian city of Dnipro, or as it was in the time, Dnipropetrovsk, but they renamed it very kindly because as Westerners struggle to say Dnipropetrovsk. And this is difficult, but it's truly astonishing to see how rapidly a fledgling democracy like Ukraine has been turned into a war zone. In the period I visited from 2010 to 2014, when the conflict really effectively first started, Ukraine was a place that was just getting itself back on its feet after the Soviet mismanagement and its incorporation into the USSR. So it's truly devastating to see such a country like that, where the people were free, turning into a war zone. And now, as people will know from the BBC maps, Dnipro is effectively the next city back from the front line. I've spoken with friends who've been sheltering in bomb shelters, have been picking up their kids on their shoulders and fleeing the country while leaving their husbands or fathers behind. This really has been a very personal thing for me, and I've been involved as well in the great work that's going on at Errol Airfield to support the relief effort. I agree fully, though, with Councillor McDade's sentiment and the sentiment of many others on this meeting, that it's Putin and the Russian government that we have to hold to account here.
I'm fairly sure that if the Russian people knew what was actually being done in their name and knew where their sons and brothers were actually going and what they were actually engaged in, this thing would come to a pretty speedy halt. And that's my hope, that that somehow the information reaches those people, because ultimately it's in their power to protest and change this situation. From my experience, people like Putin only understand one thing, and that's power and resolve. And therefore we must do all we can as a council to show resolve and show our power in the face of this aggression. And therefore I fully support this motion, which does just about as much as a local authority in Scotland can do to show its objection, while still offering a branch of friendship to the Russian and Ukrainian people, who we must remember are brothers and sisters and cousins. These aren't two different groups of, these aren't two races. This is just horrible. Sorry. Thank you.
Can I now ask Councillor Duff, please?
Thank you, Provost. The scenes of death and destruction coming out of Ukraine are truly dreadful and appalling, and have sickened the civilised world. Provost, I'm sure we also deplore the deliberate targeting of the civilian population and the killing of innocent women and children caused by the indiscriminate actions of the Russian armed forces. I therefore welcome the announcement of the International Criminal Court to investigate Vladimir Putin for alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity. Putin's invasion of Ukraine is completely without justification, and I condemn Putin's propaganda and attempts to keep the truth from the Russian people, and also applaud those Russians who have taken to the streets to protest the actions of the president, despite threats of imprisonment. Provost, we must also recognise the immense courage and determination of the Ukrainian people. In that regard, I request that Councillors McDade and Ling agree to incorporate the following sentence into the motion, which is available in the chat. The Council also recognises the courage and determination of the Ukrainian people in fighting this deplorable and unjustified attack on their country, and wishes to express its strong support for Ukraine, its sovereignty and its territorial integrity. Provost, for everyone's sake, we must stand united with Ukraine and denounce this completely unjustified Russian aggression. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duff. I'm sure everybody will agree with that. Councillor Braun, please.
Thank you, Provost. If I may begin this line. For we are called with our allies to meet the challenge of a principle which, if it were to prevail, will be fatal to any civilised order in the world. It is the principle which permits a state in the selfish pursuit of power to disregard its treaties and its solemn pledges, which sanctions the use of force or the threat of force against the sovereignty and independence of other states. Such a principle, stripped of all disguise, is surely the mere primitive doctrine that might is right. And if this principle were established throughout the world, the freedom of our own country and the Commonwealth of Nations would be in danger. Those were the words of the King as this country and the world entered the war to defeat Nazi Germany and its allies in their desire for power and the subjugation of nations and cultures. Eventual victory led to the formation of the United Nations, where disputes and perceived wrongs will be resolved by negotiation. As Winston Churchill said, jaw is better than war. It also saw the creation of international courts, which introduced the concept of war crimes and crimes against humanity. The hope being that the death and destruction of the 20th century was left behind. The President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, has succeeded in pulling the bloody savagery of the 20th century into this one. He has turned Russia into a pariah state, and there seems little doubt that he is ultimately responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity. It has been said that he wants to leave a legacy, but only history can determine that, and it will place his legacy in infamy. The outpouring of aid from Perth and Kinross, from Scotland, from the UK, from the world, indicates the abhorrence of all civilised peoples at the events taking place in Ukraine. Those organising this aid have indeed been overwhelmed by the sheer size of response. What we are witnessing is the humanity of so many in the face of the inhumanity of one. This motion, to which I have put my name and to the amendments, shows our support for the Ukrainian people and their struggle for their freedom. In passing this motion, regretfully, we must suspend our twinning with scoff. Regretful because we know that so many Russian people are against this war and are themselves putting their freedom at risk by protesting. We've all seen even children arrested and put behind bars. This is despicable. I hope this suspension will be short-lived, but it is a necessary step considering the current situation. Our action here today will have little significance in world events, but to the Ukrainian people, it is one small voice recognising their rightful pursuit of liberty. Long live Ukraine, and may God bless the Ukrainian people. Thank you, Provost.
Much, Councillor Braun. Councillor Bailey. No, Councillor Wilson, I beg your pardon.
I didn't put in a request for a comment, Provost. I think Councillor Anne Jarvis is on the list though.
Okay, Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not going to make much of a comment because it's all been said. I think we're all disgusted by this appalling act as Mr. Putin tries to rebuild, I think, the Soviet states of Russia. But I've been approached by people who want to do things like offer space in their homes for any refugees that do come to Perth, and I'm sure others have had exactly the same request. Is it possible that we could maintain a register so that at the appropriate time that we could get in touch quickly with people who have made these generous offers?
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. I'm sure that could be looked into. Councillor Lyle, please.
Thank you.
Barbara's asking about it.
Apologies, I'm on mute. Just I'm aware for those who read the briefing note that came out from officers the other day, there was an inclusion in there, Councillor Jarvis, where we will set up just exactly the register that you suggested. And thank you for that suggestion. It is incumbent on all of us to take every opportunity to welcome the undoubted numbers of Ukrainian refugees who will descend upon us in the future. And I think such a register and such a list is entirely appropriate. I'd just like to express my support for the mover and seconder of this motion, and also for the mover and seconder of the amendment. Given the truly horrendous sights that we've all seen coming from Ukraine, and new words in my dictionary such as rubbelisation, things that I never thought I would hear or see, I think it's only fitting that we send the strongest possible messages to the aggressors from Russia. For Council's information, I have already written to the Russian ambassador and the Consul General in the strongest possible terms, reflecting the debate that we've had this morning. And just to give reassurance to elected members that I will continue to express this Council's views at every opportunity that comes my way in the future. Thank you.
I think that is all the comments. Yes. Can I ask Councillor McDade and Councillor Lang, would you be happy to accept the amendments that you've heard earlier on?
Yes, Provost, if I get to sum up as well, thank you.
Yes, I'm happy to accept everything that everybody's put forward in the best interests of strengthening the motion, and I'm quite happy to let Councillor McDade sum up and incorporate these amendments into the motion. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you very much. Councillor McDade, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Provost. I think this has actually been an incredibly poignant and thoughtful debate from elected members this morning, and I think it has been a very moving debate. I don't think I'll be alone in feeling significantly high running emotions listening to members' contributions. and particularly those like Councillor Bailey who know people in Ukraine who are directly impacted by this. Our emotions, however, are nothing compared with those who are fleeing their homes under bombardment, or indeed fighting for their country's survival. And I'm very pleased that our country is doing a huge amount to provide arms and economic sanctions, as was noted by other members, and has been doing so since Russia first invaded Ukrainian territory. I'm very happy to include the incorporations from Councillors Peter and Liz Barrett, and I think that that is a very practical donation that we can provide, and I'm very happy to incorporate that. I'm also very happy to incorporate Councillor Duff's additional wording, and we will have, I've had confirmation of this, we will have all of that translated for the final text that will be made available to the public after this. We did have both. The original motion was translated in both Russian and Ukrainian, so that members of those communities would be able to access the text, and I think that's quite important. So I'm pleased to confirm that we will do that with the final wording as well. And I would like to just thank all members who have engaged throughout the past 10 days, 2 weeks roughly, where we have been considering this, and for their suggestions. And I hope that that spirit of cooperation on this matter will continue in the years ahead, long after I've left the council, and others perhaps as well, because I think this is such an important issue, and it will be something that will require decades, as I say, of support. So I'm very pleased to incorporate, as Councillor Ling says, all of the suggestions people have made today. It has been a very thoughtful debate, and I think I just speak for everyone when we say our thoughts are with the people of Ukraine, and we must do everything we possibly can to support them.
Thank you, Councillor McDade, for your kind words, and thank you for everybody who has contributed to this very difficult time in Ukraine. I have to say I'm not alone. I think every single one of us have get up in the morning and you switch the television on and your stomach churns, a tear goes in the eye, and I think we're all in the same boat. We feel helpless. So this goes some way to help. Incidentally, I've also spoken to friends of SCOF who are part of the twinning, and they're appalled, and they're also very concerned about their friends who are just normal Russians who are not part of the Russian government, but they keep in touch with one or two of them. So thank you very much, everybody, for their contributions. Can I now move on to item 4? And item 4 is the minute of the previous meeting. Can we agree the minute of the previous council meeting of the 15th of December 2021?
Provost, can I just step in with a slight amendment? There was an error which we picked up in the attendance. Sheena Devlin, the Executive Director of Education and Children's Services, should also be listed in attendance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we agree the council meeting of the 15th of December?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm now going to hand over to the Deputy Provost to take item 5 and 6.
Morning, councillors. We now have item 5 on the agenda, the notice of motion in terms of Standing Order 10.1. And can I invite councillors Drysdale and Waters to move and second the motion, please?
Thank you, Deputy Provost. And before I do move my motion, can I just say how moved I've been by all the contributions this morning to the previous motion and debate. And can I just briefly add my deep gratitude to local resident Stephen Carr, who I know is in Dnipro at the moment and trying to assist the Dnipro kids to escape the war zone. I just want to place that on record. Thank you. Colleagues, I bring forward my motion today as a ward councillor for Perth City Centre. Council has agreed that certain areas where public money is spent are best operationally managed by arm's length external organisations. Audit Scotland, in its 2018 report, emphasises that effective oversight of ALIOs by councils is essential, and it specifically states that councils must apply the principles of following the Public Pound Code by taking an active role in managing their relationship with ALIOs, including their compliance to service level agreements. That's very important. Use of ALIOs can improve by involving the public and interested communities, and councils are ultimately accountable for how they spend public money, including through the services they commission through ALIOs. Deputy Provost, this motion is about Live Active Leisure. LAL has been and is well managed by a committed executive management team and overseen by an equally committed and diligent Board of Trustees, and I mean absolutely no ill will towards them. Moreover, I sympathise with them, as I'm sure we all do. We are all familiar as councillors with the need to take difficult decisions in order to balance the finances. However, I do believe that things could have been handled better, and also that financial circumstances have already begun to improve. And for these reasons, I would simply urge a short period of consultation and reflection before the currently proposed changes are implemented, resulting in irreversible loss of one facility and potential permanent loss of another. So, for colleagues not close to the detail of this situation, let me briefly summarise where we are as I see it. Against a backdrop of a current year projected operational deficit of some £600,000 and an increasing projected financial shortfall for 22-23, financial savings clearly required to be made. LAL therefore decided that it would move its gym facilities from Rodney Centre to Bells Sports Centre, consolidating staffing at Bells, and at the same time look to provide an improved offering. Rodney Centre would cease to function as a gym, and options would at some point in the future be considered for some form of future use of that venue. The new facilities would be located in what is currently the coaching hall at Bells, and this would regrettably result in the permanent removal of what is regarded as one of the very best wooden sprung floors in the country. In addition to adversely affecting the quality of facilities offered to local teams, sports clubs, etc., which use the coaching hall regularly, this would, in consequence, also mean the loss to Perth and Kinross of hosting rights for prestigious national badminton, volleyball, etc. competitions and the like, which the deputation will, I believe, speak to. As for Rodney Centre, even as gym services begin to recover from pandemic lockdown and restrictions, the closure would deal a considerable blow to locally based gym users at a time when we need to be encouraging greater physical activity to promote better mental and physical health. Even now, Rodney has over 1,000 weekly users, many based on the east side of the river in Bridgend, Ganachie and Kinnoul. The Bridgend, Ganachie and Kinnoul Community Council, representing the area, strongly opposes the closure of Rodney, as do the many residents who have taken the trouble to get in touch with me, and no doubt other elected members by email, social media and phone. And I know we will also hear later about the petition that has been going around. Another unintended and unplanned for consequence of this reorganisation would be increased parking issues, especially in the evenings in the residential streets in the Muirton area of my ward near Bells. Parking is already a serious issue, as reflected at virtually every meeting of North Inch and Muirton Community Council. Colleagues, a key element is, in my view, missing from the decision-making process, and it is echoed by very many of those who I have heard from and spoken to. There has been a lack of effective stakeholder consultation and engagement during the lead up to decisions being taken. It is incumbent on all of us to seek the views of those likely to be impacted by proposals, yet neither of the community councils in my ward nor individual service users feel they were properly consulted, and certainly neither was I as ward councillor. However, even at this late stage, this can yet be rectified if council is with me on my motion today. So why and how do I feel that the council should and indeed must seek to intervene on this occasion in the manner set out in my motion? 1. Full stakeholder consultation is essential, as I've said. Council taxpayers are entitled to a forum through which they can express views. Indeed, they may well have helpful suggestions of alternative ways to avoid the proposed widely unpopular measures. This has simply not happened ahead of the announcements of these proposed measures, and this needs to be rectified now. 2. The unintended consequences I have outlined, the potentially negative health and well-being impacts on some Rodney users less able or less likely to travel to Bells. The loss of national events will have a significant negative impact on the number of visitors to Perth city centre area. The loss of the highly regarded coaching floor and increased parking issues. Thirdly, finances are improved and options exist for increased council funding in 22-23. What was a £600,000 projected deficit for 21-22 is now expected to be a £150,000 surplus. Also, the new council after 5th May has options to use some of its COVID reserves to support LAL until trading picks up. But lastly and crucially, approval of this council is required for the cessation of gym services at Rodney in accordance with the 60-odd page detailed service level agreement which I have in front of me. This has neither formally been requested nor consented to by the council. This service level agreement states the service provider shall be under an obligation to supply services from the service provider properties, the properties and the outdoor centres as defined, and that includes Rodney. And here's the point, the service provider shall not be entitled to terminate the supply of services from any listed venues, including Rodney, without the prior written consent of the authority, i.e. this council, such consent not to be unreasonably withheld or delayed. So in conclusion, colleagues, I simply ask for a proper opportunity to work with LAL colleagues to try to find a less painful way forward. Proper consultation with stakeholders would be an essential component of that, and I therefore ask fellow councillors to support my motion, especially as the currently intended course of action breaches the service level agreement. Accordingly,
I think you've had your more than 5 minutes. I did ask you to try and wind up and you're continuing, so I think you've probably had long enough. Thank you.
Apologies, Deputy Provost, I didn't hear you asking me to wind up. And I
talk a bit louder.
I thought that the idea was that across the motion and the seconding that there was 10 minutes available, and it was up to the mover and seconder how that 10 minutes was divided. Very nearly finished. I've got about 30 seconds to go maximum.
Right. Okay. 30 seconds.
Yeah. Accordingly, and also bearing in mind the clear steer from Audit Scotland, which I outlined at the outset, I request that Council at this stage agrees to formally remind Live Active Leisure colleagues of correct protocols and ask that they reconsider options in light of my comments today, those of my seconder, those of the deputation, but most importantly of all, those of the Council tax-paying public who strongly support retention for existing uses of both the Rodney Centre and the Bells Sports Centre coaching hall. Thank you.
Further, can I ask if Mr. Brown, Mr. Monroe and Mr. Cromwell are in the meeting now, please? I'm unclear if they've actually joined.
Point of order, Deputy Provost, if I may. Can I just ask if my seconder can speak?
I want to find out if the deputation has actually joined the meeting, and then the Chief Executive would like to speak before we ask it to be seconded, if you don't mind. So I'd like to know if the three guests have joined the meeting.
Ask if Mr. Brown, Mr. Monroe and Mr. Cromwell are in the meeting now, please.
Ian Brown speaking.
Have you joined the meeting?
And then the Chief Executive would like to ask it to be seconded, if you don't mind. So I'd like to know if three guests have joined the meeting. Ask if Mr. Brown, Mr. Monroe and Mr. Cromwell are in the meeting now, please.
Morning, Ian Brown speaking. Ian Brown speaking.
Deputy President.
Thank you. Can I ask now the Chief Executive if he wishes to say something at this stage? Chief Executive.
Deputy Provost, thank you for the opportunities to speak. I just wished a point of clarification and not to engage in the debate on the motion, and simply to seek confirmation from the Legal Services Manager that what we are being asked as officers at this point is competent. Officers are being very clear that this motion is competent. Councillor Drysdale has effectively set out the oversight requirements required by Audit Scotland, but equally Audit Scotland make it very clear that the council does delegate operational responsibility to arm's length organisations, and this motion, is if accepted, would not prevent LAL from continuing to undertake the changes that they are proposing at Bells, because they are seen as an operational management decision and not a decision that lies with council. But I'll ask Mr. Jeff to just to confirm.
That's correct, Chief Executive. It is as you state. The motion that's included with the papers this morning is an instruction to officers to remind the LAL trustees of the terms of the SLA, which can be done. Councillor Drysdale also asked LAL to reflect further, and I have no difficulty with that. But it's also the case that the operational matters of the arm's length external organisation should be respected by the authority, and one would not expect the authority itself to be issuing instructions or directions in relation to operational matters. Now, if you move away from quitting the building, which is provided for through the SLA, and move into matters which extend to how the sports complex is organised and arranged, that does strike me as very much an operational matter. The council is quite entitled to ensure that the terms of the SLA are being delivered, but one would not expect the authority to be engaging in operational management decisions, if that assists.
Thank you very much. And I can now ask Councillor Waters to second the motion. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. While I have concerns over the initial consultation for these proposals, especially with groups that use the facilities, and I also share the concern that many users and Perth and Kinross residents have expressed over the closure of the Rodney Centre and the removal of the Coaching Hall sprung floor at Bell Sports Centre. These concerns have been raised not only in Perth but throughout the whole of Perth and Kinross. However, this motion fully accepts the autonomy of Live Active Leisure trustees, and it is not intended to undermine this. However, the service level agreement is clear, an agreement that was put in place to ensure the main focus of Live Active Leisure was to provide sports and leisure services throughout the council area. A provision that is as relevant now as it was when the service agreement was made by this council. This motion asks that the service level agreement is followed and Live Active Leisure put their case for the closure of the Rodney Centre before members. While there's no question Live Active Leisure have faced unprecedented pressures during the pandemic, something that was recognised in the SNP budget with a proposed allocation of an extra £600,000 out of the COVID reserves. However, it is important that this council have an opportunity to understand the reasoning behind these decisions and investigate if other solutions are available to protect these facilities. I fully support this motion and I'm happy to second it. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waters. I would now like to invite Mr Brown to make his deputation, and you have 10 minutes to speak, and Scott Hendry will time you and let you know when you've got 1 minute to go. So, Ian Brown, please. There.
Fiona's got a point of clarification.
Robertson.
Deputy Provost, sorry. I don't know if it might be helpful or useful to make a point of clarification vis-a-vis the SLA and the position with Rodney, but again, like you, I'm not quite clear if Mr Brown is back in the meeting and ready to speak, so happy to deal with this point now or afterwards.
Just deal with it now, please.
Okay.
Mr Monroe is live.
I'll go ahead quickly, Deputy Provost, and then hand over to Mr Brown and Mr Monroe. In terms of the requirement in the SLA for Lal to seek formal permission to vacate a building or to change or stop the delivery of a service, it may be helpful just for members to be aware that Lal has not sought formal permission to vacate Rodney yet under the terms of the SLA. Therefore, the council has not considered or granted that permission because it hasn't been asked for. The reason for that being, as I understand it, the Lal board has instructed its senior team to carry out an options appraisal to see what other alternative and financially sustainable uses for Rodney might be possible, and that work is still to be done. And following that, Lal would come to us formally with any proposals that they might have for future use of the building. So just to be clear, Deputy Provost, that matters are not at a point in terms of Lal seeking formal permission from the council vis-a-vis the future of Rodney. I hope that's helpful.
Councillor Stewart, you have a question on the point of clarification.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. It will arise at some point, and therefore I think it's as well to ask and get out the way just now, or as soon as possible. In terms of the SLA and any permission that is sought by Lal, Live Active Leisure, I beg your pardon, who would functionally give that permission? Is it a decision for the council, or is that a delegated matter for officers, and if so, which officer?
It's a delegated matter. Thank you for the question, Councillor Stewart. It's a delegated matter for the senior monitoring officer for the contract. The level of consideration would obviously depend on what it is that permission's being asked for. If you follow, the SLA also states that the council cannot reasonably or unreasonably withhold permission for Lal to change the service that it's delivering or the venue from which it delivers that service.
Thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Raine, you have a question, but I will take your question, but there will be no more questions at this time because that is not really what the plan was. We were going to let the two deputations speak. So Councillor Raine, if you need something clarified, we'll allow you to ask this question at this time.
It's possibly for Mr. Cromwell or for the LAL board. It was just, but maybe Fiona Robertson might know. So there was no options appraisal taken about future use of Rodney before the decision to vacate it for this purpose was taken.
That's a question, I think, for Mr. Cromwell and the chair of the LAL board when they speak.
Okay, thank you.
Ian Brown, please. I don't know whether you heard me saying you have 10 minutes and Scott Henry will be timing it and he will give you a warning when you've got 1 minute, 9 minutes. So Ian Brown followed by David Munro. Thank you.
I don't think he's in. It's not on.
Brown, are you there? We don't hear you. I don't know whether you're muted or are you in the meeting?
Would it perhaps be helpful to ask them to *6 on their phones?
Technology is not my forte.
Good morning. Hello. Hello.
Hello. We can hear you now, Ian Brown.
Thank you. Here. Okay. Right. Everything all right now? Can I go ahead?
Yes. Pleased to hear you. Well, you heard me saying you have 10 minutes and Scott Henry will let you know when you've got a minute to go. So yes. Please start.
Okay. Well, thank you, Deputy Provost, and many thanks to your fellow councillors for allowing us to address you this morning. My name is Ian Brown, as you know, and I am known to a number of you through my involvement with sport at both local and national level. At local level, I was Secretary, then President of Perth and District Bantam Association for over 35 years, and a member of Perth and Kinross Sports Council for 40 years, including 2 terms as Chairman. At national level, I was President of Badminton Scotland, then Company Secretary for some 30 years and Vice Chairman of Commonwealth Games Scotland, and served on the Games Council for over 30 years. I have attended numerous World Badminton Championships and 7 Commonwealth Games in one capacity or another. I only mention my involvement with national and international sport to point out that I have seen the inside of a fair number of sports halls throughout the world. As a result, I can say without fear of contradiction that Perth is very lucky to have a sports hall of the standard of the coaching hall, and it should only be given up, I would say, for the very strongest of reasons. On that subject, I would like to point out that, in my opinion, it is a superior venue to the main arena. Last month, the Scottish National Badminton Championships took place in the coaching hall for the 20th time. If the proposals put forward by Live Active Leisure proceed, these championships will not be held here again, as the main arena does not reach the standards necessary to host such a prestigious event. No national coach will allow players to compete on such a non-giving floor for fear of their players picking up niggling injuries and risking them to miss out on important tournaments and competitions. After all, for many of the top players, this is their livelihood, and they can't afford not to be competing. Can I give you an example in relation to football, which I saw in yesterday's Perthshire Advertiser, when Callum Davidson, the manager of St Johnstone, was reflecting on 3 injuries his team picked up in Edinburgh on Saturday. Our pitch is quite soft, and it was firmer there. And when you contrast the pitches and ask boys to play at that intensity, you always run the risk of picking up niggles. I'm trying to contrast the coaching hall with the main dome area. And can I also give you a quote from one of the national championships? Adam Hall, who won 2 titles last month, he is, along with his partner, the #2 men's doubles couple in Great Britain and 33rd in the world. He said to us, "The coaching hall is one of the best halls in the country. The conditions are perfectly suited to badminton and has been the venue of some world-class games across the years. The atmosphere is great, even with restricted numbers spectating due to COVID restrictions. We hope to be back in Perth next year to defend our title." In fact, I think the drawbacks of the main arena, mainly the hard floor and lighting, had much to do with the decision to build the coaching hall in the first place in 1983 at a cost of around £1 million. Although I retired from sports administration a few years ago, you can imagine my dismay when I heard in December of last year that a decision had been made to close Rodney and convert the coaching hall into a gymnasium. I very quickly found out that virtually nobody knew about the decision. There had been no public consultation, no consultation with the local sports clubs or users of the coaching hall, and to my great disappointment, LAL did not see fit to consult Perth and Kinross Sports Council, the obvious representative of organised sport in the area. I very quickly teamed up with Dave Munro and Ian Innes of Perth Volleyball Club with a view to finding out why the decision had been made without consultation, and also to try to understand the rationale of giving up such a wonderful facility. Despite our best attempts to meet with LAL, it was only 2 weeks ago that we managed to get a meeting with the Chief Executive Officer and the Chairman, and that was through the good offices of our MSP, John Swinney. It was a most unsatisfactory meeting from our point of view, and we learned almost nothing about the rationale of the decision. I know that Mr. Swinney shared our concerns and has written to LAL board asking them to think again. However, one very important matter we did ascertain was the Chief Executive of LAL finally admitted that no consultation was held with local sports clubs or users, despite contrary statements by LAL for weeks. Before that meeting, and as we hadn't made any progress with LAL, we wrote to the council and we did get answers from the leader. Thank you. There were two main outcomes. One was with regard to public consultation. Although Councillor Lyle was not aware of it at the time because he had been given incorrect information, he said he was told by LAL that there had been public consultation, and of course he had to accept that position, which was very disappointing for us, knowing that there had been none. The second outcome was that he said that it was basically a decision for LAL and not the council. When we approached various councillors, almost without exception, the response was one of surprise at the proposal. They did not know anything at all about it. And then after investigation, the answer came back that it was a matter for LAL and nobody could interfere. So we still don't know why there was no proper consultation, and we still have not been able to test the reasoning behind the decision, although we definitely have doubts about it. What we do know is that 2,631 people have signed our petition so far to stop the plan, and to date we have not come across anyone who supports the proposal. We know that these are hard times financially, and we do not expect sport to get any preferential treatment. But we do expect to get fair treatment in terms of a publicly aired case with reasoning that is exposed to proper examination. We also expect that any decision takes into account the value of such a wonderful asset, both its monetary value and the value to the community under its current use. I would suggest that neither LAL nor the council can claim that this has been a model of how decisions should be made. In fact, we see it as the opposite. However, given that it now seems clear that the council's consent is required in terms of the SLA, there is now the opportunity to rectify the past feelings and go through a proper, rigorous process. This seems to us to be the last chance saloon. Given the importance of the coaching hall, the lack of consultation, the dubious nature of the proposed use of the coaching hall, considering there are already 13 gymnasiums in Perth and it is difficult to see how another one will work, together with the lack of any proper information before you at the time, we would respectfully ask that the whole matter be brought to a halt and re-examined as part of the process of deciding whether to give your consent under the SLA. The coaching hall deserves a proper hearing before any decision is made to decommission it, and the public deserves better before it loses such a wonderful asset. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. I can now invite Mr. Munro to speak.
Can you hear me?
Thank you very much.
Okay. My name is Dave Munro. I have been a user of Bell Sports Centre for 55 years. I have organised the Perth Sunday Night Volleyball League for 37 years and the Scottish Open Volleyball Tournament since 1985, which, though an outdoor tournament now, was for many years both indoors and outdoors. One of its main marketing points was the uniqueness of the outside courts on the North Inch and 5 indoor volleyball courts at Bells. So we had world-class volleyball going on inside and good class volleyball outside, as well as recreational volleyball. It put Perth on the volleyball map in the UK and Europe, and is now the largest volleyball tournament in the UK, attracting over 100 teams annually. I've also been chairman of Scottish Volleyball Association for 4 years, and I was awarded the George Mortimer Trophy in 2011, and the tournament was awarded the Tournament of the Year in 2016. I was also head teacher at Caledonian Road Primary School and regularly walked pupils down to Bell Sports Centre. I say these things to demonstrate my long-running relationship with and the knowledge of Bell Sports Centre. The first thing I want to say is that I really appreciate what the Council and LAL has done for sport in Perth and Kinross over the years. We are truly blessed with the facilities which we have, and I have seen many youngsters learn to play sport there and grow into great sports people and represent their country. I should, of course, also extend my gratitude to the Ganachie Trust for their generous funding. So it gives me no pleasure to be here opposing the Council and the LAL, but I could not stand by and watch what I consider to be the desecration of wonderful facilities, which I believe should continue to be available to the Perth public for many years to come. I appreciate that what I have to say requires to be relevant to your motion, and in return for your courtesy and allowing me to speak, let me establish that first of all. As I understand it, the motion is pointing out that in terms of the service level agreement between the Council and LAL are not entitled to terminate the services they provide from their venues without prior written consent of the Council. Everything which is taking place in the coaching hall will no longer take place there after the proposal comes to pass, and all those activities are having to relocate, and at least some of them will be relocating with different providers, such as schools or Perth College. That, I think, clearly triggers the requirement for the Council's consent, and I want to suggest that the Council does not give that consent until all the implications of these proposals are properly appreciated, including the closure of Rodney. Although that might sound a bit legalistic, it does make sense, as the Council is ultimately responsible for the public, for the sports provision which it finances, and the public are intensely interested in proposals such as the closure of Rodney and the decommissioning of the coaching hall. And of course, the public has not been asked what they think of these proposals, which is a position that nobody can possibly defend. So, in a sentence, I urge you to support this motion so that a proper assessment of these proposals can be made, which of course means some meaningful consultation, which has not yet taken place. As you know, we have been trying to oppose LAL's plans for a number of months, and have been told that this is a decision for LAL and that the Council cannot interfere with the decision of LAL for fear of posing a threat to their charitable status. Although I very much appreciate that the situation is somewhat complicated, I think the point about influencing the LAL board is misconceived. We would be delighted if LAL did change their minds and still hold out hope that they will. What we are asking is for Council to exercise a perfectly sensible and legitimate term of the service level agreement and not give that consent, or indeed refuse it until a proper examination of the consequences takes place. The condition was put in the SLA with good reason, to ensure the Council retained a level of control commensurate with being a major funder. The SLA defines the relationship between the Council and LAL, and it is to it that you must look when relationship issues arise, and it tells us that major changes need the Council's consent. I think it is important for you to consider why no public consultation has taken place and what the effect of that should be. LAL would not engage with us, and we only managed to get a meeting to the good offices of local MSP John Swinney, as mentioned by Ian previously. Why was there no consultation with Perth and Kinross Sports Council, who are the representative body for local sports? To us, it is mystifying that there was no such consultation when decisions of such a high profile and public interest were taking place. That leaves us to speculate, and we can only speculate, that LAL knew their proposals would meet with a great deal of public opposition. Now, if that is wrong, it would have been a good idea for LAL to have told us what the good reason was. We have heard nothing from them. For a long time, their position was that consultation had taken place. I don't think that is their position now. That leaves the question of whether that is a mere technical deficiency or a substantive one. I very much hope that in your chamber, which is after all the centre of democracy in Perth and Kinross, that you will appreciate that to pay only lip service to public consultation is not the kind of government you would advocate, and that the only sensible cure is to start again and do it properly. If you decide otherwise, you are rewarding those who choose not to consult. That is all I want to say. We have many arguments about the need to keep the coaching hall, but are happy to reserve them for the public consultation, which we hope will take place. I would like to reiterate that our survey shows 2,631 against the LAL proposals and none for them. We have come across nobody who supports these proposals. I very much hope that you will not impose on the public a proposal which you have good reason to believe does not enjoy public support. The coaching hall, Rodney, and the public of Perth and Kinross deserve better. It was not their fault they were not asked. It is LAL's, and as I said previously, it would be wrong to see them benefit from that by deciding to overlook the lack of consultation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Munro. Before I invite questions, can I remind councillors that the council cannot fetter the operational decision making of LAL. So just remember that before you start making any questions. So Councillor Purvis, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Provost, and also thank you for the deputations. Mr. Brown talked about the difference between the two halls and the floor. This is something that's come up in a number of the discussions that I've had on this subject following representation. And I did read in the press from, I think, the Chief Executive of LAL saying that there was also a sprung floor in the main hall. Now, clearly, from what you've both been saying, that there is a difference. I was wondering if perhaps you, in not too technical language, could articulate, other than the fact that one is springier than the other, what is the actual difference and therefore the benefit of the current floor? Thank you.
May I respond to that one? Can you hear me?
You're on mute, Deputy Provost. There you go.
Yes, yes. Thank you for that question, Councillor. My main sport was badminton, although I supported a number of sports within Perth and Kinross. The floor, and no doubt Mr. Cromwell will say something differently, but when you're actually playing in the coaching hall, it has so much more give and it is sprung. Whereas in the main dome, whilst there is give in the floor, it is not the same as a sprung wooden floor. I know there has been a quote that it is a sprung floor, but it is not the type of floor that is suitable for impact sport like badminton, when many of the players do jump smashes and they come down hard. I can only assume the same is with volleyball. And that was why I was trying to refer to the football to give it a contrast, how if you play on a soft surface or a hard surface, it picks up, players pick up injuries. And the coaches of Badminton Scotland, and indeed the players, have said that they cannot play on that type of surface because they will pick up niggling injuries and it will deprive them of their livelihood.
Thank you.
Can I come in here as well? Just one small point.
Yes.
The way I see the difference is that, yes, the sprung wooden floor in the coaching hall has a lot of rebound. If you can imagine your kitchen tiles and imagine them with a small amount of springing underneath them, if you fall on a kitchen tile, it is much more painful than falling on a wooden floor.
Hi, it's Paul Cromwell here. Am I able to respond on this question, please?
Tran will come later on. It's Mr. Brown and Mr. Munro at the moment. After you've done your deputation, we will invite you to ask questions as well, answer questions. Councillor Robertson, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Provost. A couple of questions. First of all, and thank you, Mr. Brown and Mr. Munro, for your contributions. Mr. Brown said that if the sprung floor is removed, and all the, does that mean that Perth will no longer be a centre for international badminton events or national badminton events? That's my first question.
Quick answer, yes. Bantam Scotland are already having to look for a new venue based on what they have been advised by the Back to Pleasure.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, one of the arguments for removing the floor and transferring the equipment from Rodney into the building is that there's lots of different other facilities that can be used for volleyball and badminton in Perth and Kinross. Do you find that to be correct?
Can I respond from volleyball's point of view? Because of our league situation, we need two courts to be available side by side. And at the moment, I think we have the coaching hall, and the main arena still has two, obviously, and Perth College. I'm not sure about the schools situation because we haven't been allowed into schools up until just this week. So there's only two halls in Perth and Kinross that could accommodate, as far as I know. And I have been informed that I cannot make prior bookings to either of these because they don't do advanced bookings. So I have no idea for my plans for next season where volleyball will be, if it will be at all.
So you're more or less saying it's almost impossible to organise?
If I can be guaranteed a two-court hall every Sunday night, then that's fine. If I can't, then that's a big problem.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, Councillor Robertson has conveniently asked my question about alternative venues, and unless Mr. Munro and Mr. Brown have got anything to add to that, I've received my answer. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
I don't see anyone else wishing to ask any questions. So at this stage, I'd like to thank both of you for coming along to the meeting, and you can now, we'd ask you to leave this and you can watch the live stream. So if you'd like to put down your telephones and go to the live stream. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you. I would now like to invite Paul Cromwell, please. Paul?
Good morning. Good morning. Can I just check that you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can. And can I remind you that you have 10 minutes and Scott Henry will remind you when you've got 1 minute left. So it's over to you, Paul.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, good morning, councillors. Just to let you know that I am accompanied this morning by David McElhouse, who is the board's chair. So thank you for the opportunity to respond this morning. If I may, I'll provide some background to the Rodney Bells project and clarify some of the key issues and challenges and purpose of the development. I think everybody knows that Levattive Leisure is an independent not-for-profit company with charitable status, and that we are the supplier of sport and leisure management services and facility operations. We deliver and operate leisure venues and services across Perth and Kinross. We manage the active schools and community sports hub programmes, wider community sport development and wellbeing teams and programmes. In short, we provide an integrated health and wellbeing offer across P&K. One of the key challenges we face, like many others, is financial uncertainty and sustainability challenge. However, the company's financial uncertainty and challenge is not limited to the impact of COVID, and I think it is worthwhile just setting out the context to which we have operated prior to the pandemic. In terms of expenditure, the costs and commitments we face are unlike other leisure trusts in Scotland, to the best of my knowledge, in that we own a number of the key venues that we operate. And for clarity, we own Perth Leisure Pool, Dewar Centre, Bell Sports Centre, Levattive Lochleven, Strathern Recreation Centre and Apple Centre in Pitlochry. For those of you who know all of these venues, you will also know that they are all, without exception, agent infrastructure. So again, just for clarity, this means that Levattive Leisure is responsible for all costs in relation to maintenance, life cycle replacement, energy, capital replacements. Other significant expenditure includes annual inflation on services and contracts, and of course staffing costs. By the nature of what we do, we are a staff-intensive organisation, and therefore the company's wage bill, pay awards, pensions, etc. all need to be managed within the company's finite resources. In terms of income, the company receives its income in three ways: customer income, council contract fee, and through other external funding that we manage to secure. In relation to external funding that we secure, this is ring-fenced primarily around wellbeing and community sport activity, all of which makes a massive difference to those in most need, but doesn't have an impact on our revenue position. The contract fee that we receive from the council as a result of public finance constraints has reduced in real terms in each of the last 10 years. Which leaves customer income and any other efficiencies to try to manage and mitigate all of the company's rising expenditure costs that I've already mentioned. Despite these ongoing challenges, Levattive Leisure has remained committed to ensuring that access to venues and services in our communities has been sustained. The company has continued to invest in facilities, equipment, technology, staff training, activity programme development to improve customer engagement and generate increased income to try and offset the ongoing financial challenges. Staff structural reviews have been completed across all areas of the organisation and efficiencies implemented. Self-management operating models have been introduced. Opening hours have been revised across a number of venues. All measures that have been introduced to try and maintain services at affordable charging levels while managing the financial pressures the company face. However, after years of managing these pressures, this was not possible in 2019, and the company were required to reduce the services we provided to the community. I would reiterate, these were necessary actions implemented before the pandemic hit. Given these ongoing and annual challenges, and working with the Garnicki Trust, an independent feasibility study was completed on Bell Sports Centre with the purpose to determine future usage and requirements, identify opportunities for innovation in terms of facility design, programme and activity development. The case for change was clear. In terms of financial, Bells had an increasing and unsustainable deficit of £450,000 per annum. In terms of the events market, the report confirmed and determined that there was little room for growth, increased level of competition from newer facilities around Scotland. Scottish governing bodies and clubs have got significant financial challenges themselves, which limits the prices that we can charge. It was also identified that Bells does not make a positive financial return delivering national events, and additionally, the majority of competitors and spectators are coming from outside of Perth and Kinross. In terms of the health and fitness market, the report determined a growing market in the leisure sector, no fitness gym and limited group fitness class space at Bells, fragmented provision across Bells and Rodney, with no scope for expansion at Rodney. In terms of our engagement with young people, 16 to 29-year-olds make up 20% of the population of Perth City, but only 11.5% of Bells users. As part of this feasibility study, a significant and comprehensive consultation formed part of the study. Consultation was completed with the following: Bells customers, including all sports clubs, young people's groups, all relevant governing bodies, LAL staff and management, Perth and Kinross Council officers, Sports Scotland. Surveys were provided, consultation groups were formed and included the YMCA, Fine Young Individuals, Youth Ambassadors and the Wellbank Centre. Meetings with governing bodies were held either face-to-face or on the phone and included Badminton Scotland, Table Tennis Scotland, Scottish Gymnastics, Scottish Hockey. Key points raised from the consultation was that people felt the venue was old-fashioned, parking, toilets and activity areas needed upgrading, customers wanted to see improved fitness facilities, including a new gym and better social spaces. Organisations, clubs and SGBs were generally satisfied with the venue, commenting that it benefited from a high level of service from staff and prices were within their budget. Some young people and groups in Perth identified that they were disengaged with the provision of Bells. Many considered it to be an elite sport and commented on the restriction to regular access due to the number of events. Public and third sector organisations felt that Bells should have more of a focus on community activities rather than events to engage more with young people. Sports Scotland confirmed that the significant development of regional infrastructure and the new performance centre in Dundee may impact on Bells Sports Centre's current programme of events. As part of this study, market analysis was also completed on both sports hall occupancy and provision with Perth, and further analysis of the fitness market and potential growth and trends. In terms of sports halls, it was determined that our utilisations of the sports hall at Bells, i.e. the coaching hall and main arena, was never above 50%, apart from when there were events, and that recent development of sports hall provision within Perth exceeds current levels of demand. The report recommended a more coordinated approach to the programming, pricing and management of sport and provision in Perth across partners to maximise utilisation. The report confirmed that given that fitness provision is fragmented across sites, the private and substantial gym offer opening in Perth would require LAL to change their health and fitness provision to compete. Based on these key drivers for change, in-depth analysis of the data and feedback from customers, staff and stakeholders, a number of options were developed, with the preferred option being the conversion of the coaching hall to provide new fitness suites, with further development around Bells in terms of developing a spin studio, dance studio, retain the main arena as a dry sport area, upgrade the existing building with improved circulation, and a wider range of infrastructure improvements. Now, the cost for that, the high-level cost for that came in a number in the region of several million, over £7 million. Now, at the time, we had hoped that investment for the substantial capital project would be secured. However, unfortunately, COVID hit and this was unable to be progressed. However, the company's financial challenges did not disappear, and of course, COVID has only increased the challenge and uncertainty that we face. Therefore, guided by the principles and engagement of the feasibility study, a further independent business case study was completed in 2020-21. The business case again considered key objectives: improve the financial viability of Live Active Leisure, protect essential income streams and provide an opportunity for future growth, improve the efficiency of Bells Sports Centre, mitigate the negative impact of increasing competition and operating costs, create additional fitness gym and group fitness capacity, modernising the fitness offering and improving customer experience. And as part of that process, a wide range of options were considered against do nothing. The proposed project delivers in the region of a £250,000 per annum efficiency. Further analysis of coaching hall use and the fitness market were also completed at this time. And again, the recommendation was to rationalise and consolidate fitness activity from Rodney to Bells with the conversion of the coaching hall to develop into a gym, the existing cafe area to be redeveloped into a studio, and the development of a larger spinning studio. All of which would significantly improve the fitness offer and the general customer journey. Due diligence was followed by the company in terms of process. The report was put to the board in May 2021, where there was unanimous agreement to progress scrutiny of the project through the company's subcommittee structure. The report was brought back to the August meeting with some revised costs and adjustments to the project.
Sorry, Mr. Cromwell, just advised 1 minute remaining.
Okay, during the scrutiny period, further consultation was held with Scottish Hockey and Scottish Gymnastics as the two principal governing bodies. They both confirmed they would continue to use the main arena moving forward. The board obviously have an overriding legal duty to ensure the sustainability of the company. The project that's been commissioned by the board as a key business decision uses company reserves which will see recurring financial benefits, which will ultimately help to support the company through the ongoing challenges. I will move down. I will touch on the fact that obviously the main arena will continue. It still has 17 courts in comparison to the 6 courts of the coaching hall. Discussion about the type of floor. The main arena is still the preferred and principal offer for events and sports hall activity in Bells. It has a sprung floor, which is registered from recreation through to performance level. In terms of other considerations, we have considered the fair
that is for 10 minutes. Mr.
Can I have 30 more seconds, please?
Okay, you can have 30 seconds as well.
Okay. So we have considered the implications of the Fair of Scotland duty and are also working with disability groups. And again, we have opportunities there to improve the facilities and access as part of what we're doing with this project. Rodney Fitness Centre is a PKC property which is leased. It's already been discussed that we will be committing an options appraisal and any future use of Rodney to deliver relevant services. But as such, it needs to be financially sustainable. Finally, I'll just really say that sport and leisure is considered to be a discretionary spend. Not only are we operating in a post-COVID world with customer return levels currently at only 55 to 60% of pre-COVID levels, but there is also a cost of living crisis emerging, all of which create further financial uncertainty. I hope that this provides you with further clarity in terms of the company's commitment to supporting our communities to live active lifestyles, but there must be a recognition that services we deliver will have to reshape based on historical, current and future challenges, given the finite financial resources available to the company. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cromwell. We have now some questions. So, Councillor Wilson, you have the first question. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I thought I'd better get quick this time, Deputy Provost. There's been some discussion, Mr. Cromwell, about the alternatives within Perth to host such badminton or volleyball events. Have you been involved at all in giving advice on what these might be, for instance, schools or other halls? And has that been part at all of your discussion and debate on the matter?
Yes, it is. As part of our scrutiny process, we obviously looked at the impact on the coaching hall to determine what we could map through to either the main arena or to other coaching halls, and the majority of bookings can. Now, it was raised earlier, for example, that in terms of organising clubs, now we programmed this project so that this year's winter season bookings could take place, the majority of which have taken place. In terms of process, we would be going out to clubs over the summer period, or between sort of May and July and August, in terms of next winter's bookings. So that process, that's how that process would normally happen. We would not be confirming winter bookings right now, because there's a range of things that we need to understand as part of that process. Now, what we've committed to, and which was one of the recommendations, is that, first of all, we will be mapping the activity. We will be engaging with existing clubs. We'll be looking at what we can support within the main arena at Bells, or at North End campus, or at Glen Earn. But what we've also undertaken to do is lead on a bigger project in terms of strategically mapping sports hall provision and club use across all of the facilities in Perth, including those of our partners, which includes obviously schools have facilities, as does Perth College UHI. So that's something we're committed to, and we'll be working with them over the course of the next few months. But again, I would reiterate that we would not be confirming next winter's bookings until the summer. So that allows us time to, as I say, engage with clubs, engage with partner providers to make sure that we support any club that is displaced as part of this project. And really just to reaffirm that LAL, developing pathways and sports pathways is at the heart of what we do. So, it's absolutely a priority that we wish to continue to see activity happening across Perth. But what we all want is good utilisation across all those facilities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and I note Councillor Ahern's concern as to whether I'm allowed to ask a question. Can you confirm that I am allowed to ask a question, please?
Allowed to ask a question.
Thank you. In that case, I have two. First, thanks, Paul, for thanks, Paul, for your presentation, and it's good to understand in more detail your perspective on things. I just wanted to check on two things, please. Firstly, during your presentation, you referenced a £450,000 structural deficit, and we in the council are very familiar with structural deficits. And you also mentioned that by implementing these proposals, there would be a £250,000 efficiency saving. I just wanted, first of all, to confirm that that these are the figures, the key figures in terms of the financial impact of what is being proposed. And my second question is on the issue of whether or not there was effective stakeholder consultation. And we've heard a list from yourself of those individuals and bodies that you have consulted, but we have also heard from the Sports Council, team sports bodies, elected members, me, my fellow ward councillors, community councils.
Councillor Drysdale, I think I'd like to get to a question. You're kind of just going on a wee bit, just reiterating what's already been said. So just, if you got the question, please.
Okay, the question. The question.
Question number one. You're not at question number two. So please.
Yeah. Okay. The question is, how can I reconcile in my mind the fact that Sports Council, elected members, community councils, and 2,631 petitioners do not feel that they were consulted?
Okay, I'll just answer a couple of questions there. In terms of the numbers, the £450,000 deficit was solely for Bells Sports Centre, and that's what was identified in 2019. Now, it increased by 75,000 over 2 years. So what it was obviously an unsustainable deficit that was increasing beyond our means to be able to generate income each year. The second one is, yes, there is an efficiency against do nothing of £250,000 per annum as part of this development, and that's a range of things. One is getting traction back into the fitness market. Obviously, we expect to see improved performance as part of a much better and a more integrated offer, which will be developed at Bells. But there's also the fact that we'll have integrated staffing teams and in terms of potentially less venues in terms of operating costs, unless we can come up with a sustainable activity at Rodney going forward. In terms of stakeholder engagement, I think, hopefully I've been quite clear that yes, we did significant stakeholder engagements on broad terms across the future use of Bells, and that has, and all of the clubs that use Bells were part of that consultation, as were non-customers, as were, as I say, council officers against a range of different parties. That information was used to support what has had to be a business decision in terms of what the board have made last year, but it has been informed by that wider consultation that we did. We did further engagement at the announcement of the project in November, both with clubs in terms of our intention to move forward and support and look at alternative offers. And the same way, we also put out a survey to customers to help to ask them to help shape the facilities going forward. And over a 2-week period that the survey was available, 900 people responded positively to that. And by responded positively, they knew that the survey was about the new fitness facilities, and the questions were very clear in terms of what would you like, what equipment would you like, what services would you like to see, what opening hours would you like. And as I say, we closed that survey because we needed it to inform some of the key decisions we were making on the project in terms of equipment. So over that 2-week period, we had 900 people respond to that survey. Hopefully that answers your question, Spencer.
Thank you very much. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and thank you, Mr. Cromwell, for your presentation. I have some knowledge of Live Active Leisure, and I fully appreciate how difficult it is to run such an organisation, given that you're actually between a rock and a hard place nearly all the time, trying to generate income and deal with the ever-rising costs. So I fully understand what you're trying to do, but what would the cost be, the additional cost be to Live Active Leisure should the decision that the board has taken, and I understand why they've taken it, but if the decision if we didn't go ahead with that decision, what would the costs for that be? And because I think the only place it could be funded from is from the council, as far as I can see.
It's 200. It will be £250,000 is the difference between do nothing and doing this project per year. So that, you know, and this is supporting our wider, and this was obviously included in terms of the information that we provided as part of the budget reviews this year. So we have pressures over and above this, but what this is doing is at least supporting and mitigating some of the anticipated financial pressures that we're dealing with. So we see this as a positive way of trying to mitigate some of these pressures. But I think the key thing as well that we're potentially missing here is that the customer journey for fitness at the moment is quite poor. And if you go to other local authority areas, you will find that there is a principal fitness offer that's provided. Now ours is extremely fragmented across sites, but not only that, we're unable to respond to what the trends are in fitness. We have strength and conditioning at one site with limited access because it's principally used by the rugby club. We have equipment at Rodney, but we can't increase that. So if you actually want to enjoy fitness, you have to go between different venues. It's a very poor offer. So this not only maximises that, it provides, you know, a destination gym in terms of what we're looking at. But aside from that, we're also developing a larger spinning studio, which is extremely popular, and a wider group fitness studio, all of which are very positive trends in terms of getting people, and particularly women, active. All of that will be under one roof at Bells Sports Centre, which will rejuvenate Bells in terms of the range of customers it attracts and the activities that it offers. At the same time, we still think we've still got the plans to make sure that we still provide sports hall provision, still at the heart of what we do, support events, and by working with other providers, try and maximise the efficiency of the use of all the other sports halls in Perth. So there's a number of things here which all tie in together that we're trying to do to provide that improved offer and improve the efficiencies to support the company going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I know this is probably not normal procedure, but I think Fiona Robertson has something to with clarification she would like to bring in at the moment. Fiona.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Just to repeat, just in case it's helpful for councillors, the point of clarification I made earlier and the Chief Executive made earlier. The matter of the Bells coaching hall and the future of its use is an operational decision for LAL. It's not a decision for this council, and it's not, as I understand it, but Mr. Hendry will advise within the remit of the motion under consideration.
Very much. I hope members fully understand what is being said and read the motion again to make sure that is what we're sticking to. It's not any additional add-ons we're looking for. So with that in mind, Councillor Peter Barrett.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. Couple of things. Firstly, we've heard that the service level agreement requires LAL to seek permission before ceasing a service. Now, with regard to the coaching hall, was that permission sought and was it provided?
Would you like me to answer that, Deputy Provost?
Chief Executive's got something he'd maybe like to add.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. And again, I'm probably just going to be repeating what Fiona was about to say. In terms of your question, Councillor Barrett, I think we've made it clear on a number of occasions the service level agreement does not require that type of operational decision to be agreed by the Council. That is the decision for LAO as an independent body.
I'm sorry, Chief Executive, perhaps you could try and clarify the difficulty I have in understanding. If the service level agreement requires permission before withdrawing a service, I'm asking if that permission, because services have been withdrawn or are being withdrawn from the coaching hall, that seems to be an absolute given. So one way or another, that permission was either granted or it wasn't.
I think we're going to disagree on this. This is an operational management decision by LAO about how it will operationally deliver a range of sports services at that location. It's not about withdrawing a service. If we're talking about Rodney and options for Rodney, that will be a future consideration following the options appraisal. But in terms of the operational management and how LAO decides to structure services within a particular location or range of locations, that remains an operational decision, and LAO's board and their chief executive have the ability to make that decision.
Okay, I still find difficulty understanding that, but the response is pretty clear. Can I ask then, and I don't know whether that's a question for Paul Cromwell or Fiona Robertson, what would, I mean, the nub of the matter seems to be a dispute over whether a consultation was carried out and whether it was carried out with the right people or at all. What would be the impact of pausing the proposals to conduct that consultation?
I think that's a question for Mr. Cromwell. Councillor Barrett.
Hi there. Yes, obviously we have already started the project, so we already have contractors on site working on the group fitness areas such as the cafe. So that work has started. We have already put out an order in terms of the equipment. The coaching hall is due to close after the 1st of April, which will allow us time to do some of the necessary work and then have it prepared for an opening of the early June. Obviously, we're trying to move something forward that's going to make a positive financial difference to the company, given the significant scale of financial difficulties we have. So there's a range of practical issues there, but there's also the fact that what we're trying to do is develop a more sustainable business model going forward, and we need to do that at the earliest opportunity.
Point of clarification. Or has it been answered?
Is that my point? Sorry, my chat is running a bit behind everybody else's as well.
Yes, well, I'm not sure. Have you something else you need to point of clarification, Fiona?
No, thank you, Deputy Provost. The Chief Executive has dealt with it.
Thank you. Well, Councillor Drysdale, have you a point of clarification, or has it been answered?
No, sorry. Well, no, it's not been answered, but thanks, Deputy Provost. I've put a comment in the chat saying I will leave my point of clarification for my summing up, if that's okay.
That's fine, thank you very much. Councillor Illingworth, you have a question.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. My question has already been answered, so thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Councillor Stewart.
Thanks, Deputy Provost. It was in terms of thank you for your deputation, Mr. Cromwell. In terms of what you were saying about the economic benefit to LAO of the national events which happen, has there been any analysis done of the GVA, the gross value added? I think is what that's an abbreviation for, in terms of the overall economic benefit to Perth. I think you said that lots of people from outside Perth and Kinross came to Perth. So I wondered whether either you or officers have done an analysis of the benefit in respect to those events.
think there's been a wider look at the GVA that we provide as a company, but obviously the key area that we've had to look at is the sustainability in terms of our revenue position moving forward.
Okay, thanks. I think it would be, I don't know if any of the officers want to come in there, if they can sort of narrow in on that particular aspect rather than just the overall benefit of LAL.
Would you like to answer this?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Stewart. I will look back. I'll need to remind myself there have been various pieces of work done over the years, sometimes by LAL, sometimes by the council, sometimes jointly. LAL did carry out a useful social return on investment study several years ago into the kind of wider value and impact of what it delivers. GVA, gross value add, the kind of slight health warning I would put around that is it's a fairly blunt instrument in terms of understanding economic impact on a city. It is one tool that helps to understand the impact of events, infrastructure investment, etc., but it's not the only tool. But I will look back and see what we have, Councillor Stewart, that may be useful. I think, as Mr. Cromwell has identified in his deputation, the independent feasibility study, which LAL commissioned to inform the board decision on this matter, looked at the market and appraised the market for national events, which is a national market, and I think Mr. Cromwell identified some of the issues that LAL had to take into consideration in terms of other venues, competitor venues across the country where some of these events may go to in future.
Okay, thank you. And a separate question for Mr. Cromwell. In terms of the consultation process, I think what you were getting at was that the consultation had happened and then you developed plans around initial answers to the consultation. But what feedback was there, what opportunity was there to feedback on, when people realised that the impacts of the proposed realignment, if you like, for want of a better word?
Councillor, yeah. We used the initial consultation and study that we had to inform the later piece of independent work. In terms of wider engagement, that obviously, I think as I mentioned already, we had a survey. We also engaged in terms of the clubs, in terms of the commitment that we have to support them in terms of identifying alternative accommodation for them moving forward. And that's a piece of work. It's a significant piece of work, but it's a piece of work that we're prepared to undertake because we think there's an efficiency there that will improve general capacity. I think in terms of events, and I think, Mr. Brown talked about different floors and different spaces that were suitable. But what I would highlight in terms of even just the Badminton Championship that Mr. Brown refers to is, despite the fact that we say that the sprung floor in the coaching hall for that particular event, a further floor is laid by Badminton Scotland in terms of that event on top of the existing sprung floor. And again, I would just reiterate that the Bells Main Arena is able to provide an equally good surface for events moving forward.
Thanks for the answer.
Questions being from Councillor Purvis, because the others are for comments. So Councillor Purvis.
Thank you. One question is for the deputation, and then I do have a question, but happy to put as a point of clarification to officers if necessary. First, on the question about the deputation, thank you for your deputation. I wanted to ask about the distinction between sports and fitness. I understand the challenges that Live Active are facing, as are many organisations in the public sector. But my view has always been that the state more generally, but also organisations like Alios should be filling the gap where the private sector is unable to provide that. There seems to me to be a significant number of fitness companies and providing gyms and the type of services that Live Active are now looking to put in the coaching hall. And one of the costs is one of the concerns has often been about the high cost, but one of these new facilities in Perth is specifically targeting the low cost market. But the private sector, with the best will in the world, are never going to provide something like a coaching hall of the size and scale that is now available. It's not going to be economically viable. Is that not something that Live Active should be providing rather than trying to compete with the low cost gym market?
Thank you. Fitness actually generates a surplus for us, and generally we are a deficit-run company in terms of every venue, apart from Rodney, which actually provides a surplus, and that surplus obviously then is used to cross-subsidise our other areas of business. The fact is that Rodney has no longer got the same market hold on fitness because of the issues that I've raised in terms of having a poor, fragmented offer that we cannot improve and recognise the trends in fitness. So if we allow that to continue, then what we have is further erosions in terms of our ability to retain that market, which in itself then means that we generate less income, which then just puts further financial pressures on the other part of our business. So the other things, obviously, competition, private competition does change. What we offer is significantly different, in terms of what we are. We are the local charitable organisation. We provide a significant different offer in terms of budget or other gyms. We provide far more health and well-being programs, activity referrals, all of which utilise our gym and fitness activity. We have staff that are there to support and actually give encouragement to our communities. And given the fact that we've got the best part of 30% of people consider themselves to have either a physical or mental health disability in Perth, then we are that organisation that are supporting people to overcome some of these challenges by getting physically active. So I think what we offer is significantly different to an alternative private gym. Nevertheless, there's still a business element of this, and fundamentally we need to have a part of that market to make sure that it is supporting our wider deficit arrangement activity.
Okay, thank you. I won't come back in because it's not the appropriate time for debate at the moment. My second question or point of clarification is to officers, and that was around the issues raised earlier about the granting or withholding of consent for the closure of a facility or stopping of a specific service. It was mentioned that that had been delegated as part of monitoring of the service level agreement. I'm presuming if that has been delegated that council could decide to undelegate that, and would it be competent if we wish to look at that when it comes to that stage of that formal request being made, that actually to take that decision at council rather than taking it at an officer level?
I'm sure that the Chief Executive will want to respond to that question, Councillor Purvis.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I think it's Chef Paul before we come in, but if that was a decision of council, then clearly that's the instruction we would follow.
Chief Executive, Councillor Purvis, I was simply going to draw attention to the fact that the wording of the motion would require it to be a council decision in any event, as currently drafted.
Okay, thank you.
Final question, Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'd just like to ask Mr. Cromwell how much funding you have received or asked the National Health Service, NHS Tayside, to provide for rehabilitation programmes, which I'm assuming you're providing on their behalf.
We in terms of funding and various things, including Paths for All, which is part of our walking programmes. So yes, we have a range of programmes and activities in terms of activity referral, some of which is provided by the NHS, but some of which what we have very much going forward is a blended funding model. And that's the value that we as your charitable organisation provide, is that we can secure external funding, albeit, as I mentioned earlier, it tends to be ring-fenced around specific projects. But that's the added value we provide, alongside obviously the contract fee that the council provide to support the wider services. But a significant part of the challenge that we have is obviously customer income is also our principal income generator, and obviously this challenge we have is in terms of what that looks like moving forward, not only because of recovering from COVID, but also in terms, as I said, of the wider cost of living crisis that we seem to be going through, and leisure is a discretionary spend. So therefore, this project is, in my view, even more essential that we move forward on it to try and improve the financial effectiveness of the organisation.
So, can you give me a figure as to how much money you have received from the health service on performing their activities on their behalf?
I'm sorry, I'm struggling to hear.
I'm just asking how much money the health service has put into your service for rehabilitation and cardiac rehabilitation services, which I'm assuming your organisation provides on their behalf.
I will get you that. I haven't got that number to my hands at the moment, but I will get that number to you.
So you have received money from them?
I'm sorry?
Have you received funding from the National Health Service?
We receive ongoing funding in terms of a range of different programmes that we offer as part of our wellbeing programmes across P&K. And a lot of these funding arrangements have been in place for a number of years and support a wide range of different programmes. That hasn't increased over the last year, but in the same way it hasn't dropped either. But the majority of that funding, as I said, is ring-fenced around specific projects and doesn't impact on our bottom line revenue position.
Yeah, but can I just be clear?
Thank you, Mr. Cromwell.
From the NHS.
Councillor Reid, I think we should want to try and stick to the motion, please. We're now straying into matters that were not raised in the original motion. So I would really please if we just try and stick to the motion. It's not here to debate all about live active leisure activities. Councillor Barrett, do you have a point of clarification?
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy Provost, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to ask it. It's not clear to me from the statements made by the mover of the motion and the answers that we've had to some of the questions, whether the motion has any bearing at all on the programme of works being carried out at Bells and to the coaching hall. Now, reference was made to a short period of consultation, but I don't actually think that the motion would require that, and can that be clarified?
Chief Executive will answer this.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Councillor Barrett, in terms of that response, I think officers have made the comment a couple of times now. We can't be seen to overstep our remit here as council. The operational decisions will sit with LAL. So whilst the motion itself is competent and would ask officers to do, it wouldn't allow us to look to cease or to delay that work.
So the motion only affects Rodney?
And again, in terms of Rodney, the comments have been made that there is an options appraisal, that the outcome of that options appraisal will be discussed by the LAL board and will be brought back to council. And Jeff has already stated that if the motion is accepted, that the future options in terms of the SLA, those would be discussed by council rather than remitted to officers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cromwell and Mr. McElhose for attending the meeting and part of the deputation. You can now leave this live part and go and watch it on stream. So thank you very much for answering all the questions. Thank you. Now we're over to comments. Councillor Hearn, the first comment.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I would like to thank both Ian Brown and Dave Monroe for their important inputs today, and to thank Paul Cromwell for his contribution as well, and also for the meeting that he had with us on site and his explanation of the current LAL position. I've also had numerous communications from residents and community councils. Like Councillor Drysdale, both of these buildings are within my ward, and as you can imagine, there have been a number of concerns regarding the proposals from LAL. Concerns from residents range from, this is another service being removed from this side of the river. What's going to happen to the Rodney building? And this is another building going to remain empty. Why allow ripping up the floor of the coaching hall, which is highly regarded? What's going to happen with parking at Bells? And are we going to lose national events? These and other comments are very valid. I also had lengthy discussions with local residents living near to the Bells Sports Centre, as well as the North Inch and Muirton Community Council, regarding the impact that the move will have on parking in the surrounding area. There is already a huge issue in North Inch and Muirton of people using our residential areas as unofficial park and rides to access the city centre, and causing numerous problems for our local residents. They are now concerned that the additional users of the new fitness centre will only add to their problems and concerns. When I met with Paul Cromwell along with Councillor Frank Smith the week before last to raise these and other points, and to listen to what he had to say and explain the board's decisions, I heard a lot of rumours and theories, and I wanted clarity on what was actually going to happen. And it's important to point out that the entire board agreed with the decision, which has been discussed over a long period of time, and this included the 3 elected members sitting on the board. Arguments from Paul in favour of the move were, as we've already heard, there is no room to expand services in Rodney. The current position of LAL and the number of centres they maintain is not a sustainable position financially, and something has to be done. The coaching hall is not used to its capacity and is around 45% of available use, and this includes adding national events into that equation. The majority of users of Rodney Centre have been mapped as having come from the town side of the river and living closer to Bells. The concern about the floor that we've already been told about is apparently unfounded, as the floor in the main hall is far superior sprung floor to that of the coaching hall. However, hearing from Mr Monroe and Mr Brown, I'm now even more confused as to the suitability of different floor types and what sports can use what floor. It's also pointed out that in our conversation, the floor, if taken out, would be reused in other LAL facilities. As you can see, there are valid arguments on both sides as to why Rodney should or should not be closed and moved to the Bells Sports Centre. I'm aware that the ALIOs are there to run the services, and they have the responsibility for, and they are responsible for, making these decisions, as well as agreed terms with PKC and how they operate. However, I have to agree with the contents of the motion as written, and if clause 2.3 of the SLA was not followed, then that process must be allowed to go ahead. I hope I will be in a future position to discuss the proposal as and when, or if it comes before elected members. Finally, in my discussions with Paul Cromwell, I pointed out that I only found out about these proposed plans when it made the papers, and I got inquiries from local people having seen the article. As elected city centre ward members, we should have had prior knowledge of what was being planned before it coming out in the press, especially one that was going to be controversial to residents of the city centre as well as the wider population. I'm glad that Mr Cromwell point was conceded, and he did apologise. As I've said, I support the motion as written and the wording of clause 2.3 of the SLA document. Thank you, Deborah Provost.
Thanks very much. Councillor Lyle.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost, and I'll be very brief. And first of all, like to thank Mr Brown, Mr Monroe and Mr Cromwell for their deputations and for their fulsome answers this morning. As elected members heard, I've had previous conversations with Mr Brown and Mr Monroe, and indeed Mr Innes, regarding this matter, and I have been consistent in my responses throughout that the strategic issues regarding ALIOs, etc., do fall within the remit of the council, but the operational issues of ALIOs and service level agreements must be adhered to, and that is the case that we have before us today. Now, from my understanding and from the mover of the motion, that local members weren't involved in the consultation, and I agree that it would have been better had they been involved, where they could have
consulted with constituents and fed back up to the board. And that is an omission I think that the board needs to reflect on. I would also like to clarify that there are elected members on the board, and they also have the opportunity to disseminate that information back to their political colleagues. But as far as I'm concerned, and I think the status of the administration group is that I'm happy to support the motion, because I think it highlights one or two deficiencies in the process so far, but it's clear, and it highlights the relationship between the council and our allios. So therefore I'm happy and content that we support the motion today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyle. Now, I don't see, I was just about to say, I don't see anyone else wishing to make a comment, but true to form, Councillor Lane.
Thank you for that comment. Glad that you note that my interest in papers is always there, so thank you for that, Deputy Provost. I'm still needing clarity from Jeff or some of the legal team, because I'm not sure that there's definitely been a controversion of the service level agreement if we've not left. I don't, so I'd like clarity first that in his opinion there has been one, and then we could take it forward. I think this, I've listened to this for the last hour and a half or 2 hours, and it's not really much of the comments been anything about the motion. It's been about a whole other range of decisions that Live Active Leisure can take. I think that some of us, or all of us, have to look at ourselves as a sole member. We provide a lot of the funding for Live Active Leisure, and if we've maybe not been funding them enough, and then we're asking that we keep everything there, trying to keep a business afloat. We've also taken time to get PH2O, which would cut their costs and enable them to provide sports as a range. So I'll certainly take some culpability on board for the situation we're finding in, because we've probably not funded them enough or had close attention. But I think there's a whole load of other people within the chamber should maybe be looking along those lines as well. Thank you.
I think Jeff Fogg would like to comment on something you've said, Councillor Lane, just to keep everything equal. Jeff.
Yes, Councillor Lane, I can just reiterate that we have not been served notice by LAL of any intention by them to remove themselves from the Rodney Centre, as is required by the SLA. So as Fiona Robertson said much earlier in the proceedings this morning, no such notice has been served upon us.
Councillor McCall.
Thank you. I've withdrawn my decision to comment when I heard Councillor Livingston. We've been debating this for such a long time, so I'll withdraw my comment. Thank you.
I see no one else wishing to comment, so I will invite Councillor Drysdale to sum up. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and thank all elected members for their patience and consideration of these detailed presentations this morning. We've had a lot of information to take in, and it's been good to hear the argument from both sides. I do need to, I guess, question the legal advice just given by Mr. Fogg a moment ago, in relation to the key clause 2.3 that I referred to when I presented my motion, and I'll paraphrase it. The key element of the clause here: the service provider, LAL, shall not be entitled to terminate the supply of services from any such venues. So that is terminating the supply of services. That is not terminating the lease. Two different things. And I would argue that the termination of gym services at Rodney is an event that would require the approval of the authority. And to be honest, that is, and I tried. You know, it's been very difficult to draft this motion. As you know, I drafted it before full council 2 weeks ago, and thankfully we didn't have a 2-hour debate on that before the budget motion. Otherwise, we would be there all day. But it's one of these things where, for me, it's crystal clear in terms of Rodney that the intended decanting of services from there and transferring them to Bell Sports Centre is something that requires our approval. The issue around what happens or doesn't happen in the coaching hall is a greyer area, and I accept that we cannot operationally manage. You know, if Lal wanted to put a cafe in the coaching hall, we couldn't stop them. But is my argument. All I'm asking for here, and I'm getting the mood of the meeting, so I won't go on, but all I'm asking for here is, it's very clear that very many people do not feel that they were effectively consulted with. There may have been a survey, a general survey, but there was nothing specific about, you know, the consequences of that in terms of closure of Rodney and the intentions for the coaching hall. It's very clear that once these intended measures became public, there was an outcry of 2,631 people signing a petition. The points that Councillor Ahern has made are particularly valid as well, as echoed by Councillor Lyle, that elected members were not consulted, community councils were not consulted, the wider economic benefit of incoming people with coming to attend and watch national competitions wasn't considered. It was a purely financial exercise that was being undertaken, or so it seems to me. And finally, I would just want to remind colleagues of the principles that I highlighted in my presentation in terms of Audit Scotland and the requirement on all of us to be familiar with and understand and direct the provision of these crucial services for our council taxpayers. And I'm sure you'll all agree that today we have learned an awful lot more about it to inform any future discussion and debate. So I'm glad that we've had that opportunity today, and I do hope that Live Active Leisure will accept the good intentions behind what I've tried to do today, and if the decision of council is to support my motion, that we can engage in meaningful dialogue as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Drysdale. I notice that there is no amendment, so are we happy to agree the motion?
Agreed.
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 Agreed. Agreed.
Thank you all very much, and I'm proposing that we have a 15-minute break. So it's 12 o'clock, so we'll return again at 12:15. Thank you.
You can too. The Antiques Roadshow continues this afternoon at 4:30 on BBC One Scotland Now. Charlie.
Okay, councillors, I presume we are all back and ready to go. We now move on to paper 6, the Scottish Government Consultation Draft National Planning Framework, and I invite David Littlejohn, Head of Planning and Development, to introduce the report. David.
I'm sorry, Deputy Provost, before we continue with that.
Sorry, Councillor McEwen, I did see that. I beg your pardon, you have a point of order.
Obviously, as a board member of Live Active Leisure, I've not been able to take part this morning in the debate as per our standing orders. But what I would like to do is record my dissent to the agreement of that motion against what Live Active Leisure are doing. And I will be considering my position on the board if this council feels that I'm not able to discharge my duties properly. Thank you.
That will be noted. Thank you. David Littlejohn, are you ready now? Thank you.
I am, Deputy Provost, thanks very much. The National Planning Framework 4 will set out the Scottish Government's long-term plan for Scotland, identifying where development is to be encouraged, what infrastructure is needed and the policies required to deliver it. It will become part of the Statutory Development Plan alongside local development plans. NPF 4 will replace both the Strategic Development Plan, in our case TAY Plan, and the Scottish Planning Policy, which together currently influence and shape the policies in local development plans. It's anticipated that the final version of NPF 4 will be laid before Parliament this summer. Given its importance in determining national planning policy, officers spent a considerable amount of time participating in meetings and workshops with other professional staff and bodies such as the Royal Town Planning Institute and Heads of Planning Scotland to shape responses to the local government, housing and planning committees' call for evidence. Within the council, there had an intensive period of discussion and reflection to provide an appropriate response to NPF 4, ensuring constructive comment on the proposed national spatial strategy, national developments, national planning policy and delivery, while ensuring our ambition for Perth and Kinross is also appropriately reflected. In preparing for today's meeting, a members' briefing session was also held. 11 members were able to attend that to hear more about NPF 4 and share their opinions and suggestions. The proposed consultation response being considered today is the culmination of this work. It is generally supportive of the draft NPF 4, but makes it clear where there is divergence of opinion. For example, ensuring that Perth and Kinross's strengths in green and clean technologies are explicitly recognised. Specific projects are recommended for inclusion in SPF 4, namely the Electric A9, the Eco-Innovation Park at Perth West, Perth as the Biodiversity Capital of Scotland, and the Perth and Kinross Smart Energy Programme. The proposed consultation response will also cross-refer to the second Strategic Transport Projects Review consultation to ensure that, for example, improvements at the Broxden roundabout are given more prominence by Transport Scotland to enable NPF 4 delivery. In conclusion, the report recommends approval of the consultation response as set out in Appendix 1. I appreciate this is both a complex and an important issue, and I'm sure there may be several questions or requests for clarification. So I'm joined by Planning and Housing Strategy Manager Peter Marshall and Development Plan Team Leader Brenda Murray, and between us we'll do our best to respond. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you very much, David. I now open up to questions. I don't see anyone wishing to ask a question at the moment.
Yes, there are. There are, Nicole. Several.
Sorry, my chat function is obviously deciding to slow down. Okay, Councillor Barnacle.
Yes, thanks, Deputy Provost. Morning, David. I have two questions. The paper and proposed response. One in relation to policy 13, which is the flooding issue. It's really page 91 of the report. This talks about no mention of elevated construction and ponders whether this reflects SEPA's recent policy statement. I just wondered if there was some way of beefing that up to, given climate change, whether we could encourage developers to put storage areas on the ground floor in particularly vulnerable areas and living accommodation on the first floor because of you know, these flooding events that we're getting. So that was the first point. Do you want the second question as well, or do you want to answer that point first?
Thanks very much for the question, Councillor Barnett. I think it's probably better to take them kind of one at a time so we get a kind of full response. And I guess the challenge with all of this is the balance between where it's most appropriate to influence national planning policy and where actually we have localised policies reflecting local issues. But I think the point you make is absolutely right, and it's well made. I think I'll ask Peter to respond a little bit more detail in terms of the beefing up the wording, but you know, in general terms, I think what you're saying is absolutely right, Peter.
Thank you. I don't actually think it needs to be beefed up there. I think within what's, you know, within NPF4 and within our comments gives us the ability to take a practical approach when we get specific applications, and it will vary between the, you know, the percentage risk for a development. And the answer in some cases may be yes, just garages and storage and say utility or something on the ground floor because there is a, you know, reasonable risk. In others, it will be about the materials that are used, the height of plugs and sockets within the house. So I mean, certainly it could be looked at in terms of making the point in more detail, but this is a very high level document, I would say, and there is the ability to reflect, you know, what we do within LDPs where there are local circumstances. I hope that helps.
Yeah, thanks. That's fine, Peter. The second point related to policy 19, carbon-rich soils. It's page 102 of the report. The only mention I can see in this document relating to prime agricultural land is in this context, and yet in the previous planning framework we had a general presumption against development on prime agricultural land unless there were no alternatives. Given the fact that we actually have an imminent global food crisis, I would say this is really important. The protection of prime agricultural land, particularly in Scotland, where it is limited in its geography in that regard. So am I missing something, or is that the only reference to it in the framework?
If I can perhaps come in, I think the comment is made that this should specifically refer to peatland and prime agricultural land as well as carbon-rich soils. So unless I'm missing something, I think we have covered that. You are correct that NPF doesn't, but I think our proposed response does.
Right, okay then, thank you.
But thanks, Councillor Barnacle. I think we will check the wording again just to make make both those points as clear as we think they can be made in the consultation response. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. My question's over the Part 3 and Policy 2 and 3 with the climate emergency and nature crisis. And it is quite parochial because I do want to ask specifically about Loch Leven. You know, there's a lot of concern being raised over the stagnation of improvements with the phosphate levels within the loch and the increasingly more frequent harmful algae blooms that we've been seen in recent years, largely attributed to the climate change, but also diffuse pollution in farmland, housing developments within the catchment area, and shared sewage drains that overflow directly into the watercourses during periods of torrential rain. Can I ask officers how this new emphasis, which I welcome within NPF 4, to prioritise, you know, the climate emergency and biodiversity can be used within LDP 3 to help create mechanisms which will help restore Loch Leven and enhance the protections required to protect and improve phosphate levels in the loch, especially in working with other partners with Scottish Water, SEPA, Nature, and especially the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology in Edinburgh, whose scientists are definitely leading the way in finding solutions and giving advice on all the different elements that need to be put in place. And I just want to know, you know, is there enough within the framework to help strengthen the LDP3 to help us deal with this in a meaningful way? Thank you.
Well, I'll let Peter answer that. I mean, again, it's important to think of this as a hierarchy. So the National Planning Policy Framework is setting out those higher level principles that allows and shapes our local development plan policies and our supplementary guidance for that matter as well. But you know, Peter can answer specifically if we think that that higher level guidance is in itself providing sufficiently strong direction. I believe it does, but Peter is the expert here.
Yeah, I think it's a complex issue. It's a classic example where the NPF sets the national framework, but it still leaves it open to us, to Perth and Kinross Council, to have area-specific projects that go beyond NPF, and this gives us a good framework. But you know, please remember, the policy section of this is about planning policy, and much of the problem you're talking about in terms of the agricultural runoff is not within the scope of controls of the planning system. Now, the first parts of the NPF, in my view, tend to be more of a national plan rather than just a national planning policy. You know, it's unfortunate there's maybe not better alignment between all the other different strands of our national plans, including the National Land Use Plan, the National Transport Strategy, and everything else. So this will help us within the planning system, but unless it's backed up by action in the National Land Use Strategy and in the grant schemes within the agricultural sector, it won't resolve all of the problems. Hope that answers the question.
Just a quick supplementary, and sticking with the planning side, and I'd like to sort of say the enforcement side as well. We've seen building developments where the water hasn't been controlled and water has been running off building sites directly into streams, and the council officers dealt immediately with these situations and got them remediated. But is there any more protections, even from a planning perspective, we can put in for areas that are vulnerable and that need that extra protection to ensure the biodiversity is protected, such as Loch Leven?
Yeah, I think, you know, I've been dealing with Loch Leven and the phosphate problem since the mid-1990s, and we have improved our understanding of issues and we've improved our control. It's not perfect, and it never will be perfect because we'll still have people who breach their construction method statements and the agreed protocols, some of which are under the control of SEPA, as well as ones which are enforcement issues through the planning system. So I think we're getting better at it, and there is scope to improve these controls more, but I don't think that's a level of detail for the national planning framework.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have a question from Councillor Parrott.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Highland Perthshire, without putting boundaries to it, or detailed boundaries, is to my mind not part of any central urban area of Scotland. Should we not be making a case for Highland Perthshire to be in the northern revitalisation area more strongly than our response seems to suggest? What worries me is that Highland Perthshire might share more generally the concerns of the northern revitalisation area, but is excluded from them by not being in that area, to my mind. And the priorities and moves within a central urban area will not really be appropriate, or those that concern Highland Perthshire. Thanks.
Happy to look at that again, Councillor Parrott. To be honest, I can't remember the exact detail in the wording, but I don't know if Brenda wants to make a comment, just because she's more close to the consultation and response. But absolutely happy, in principle, to make it clear of those kind of geographical differences. Brenda, is there anything you want to add? You're muted.
In general terms, we have highlighted that different parts of our council area are covered by the 3 different areas, and that's really around the geographical characteristics. I think in our response we have been highlighting that we think a number of the priorities do and the actions identified do fall across all areas of all areas of Scotland, the 5 areas that have been identified. So yes, I think we could make that point stronger, and specifically referring to that geographic area. But we've kind of made concerns about badging the areas into different categories, be it revitalisation, transition. So yeah, that point's totally accepted, and we can look to do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I've one question, but before I do, can I just say that with regard to Loch Leven, which Councillor Waters raised, the planning officer, Peter Marshall's colleague Robert Wills, has been really helpful with this, and he organised a meeting in early March, early this month, with SEPA and Scottish Water and Scottish Nature Scotland to look into the problem, and it's been agreed that we'll actually try and come forward with a policy that will actually limit the total tonnage of phosphorus going into the loch. Currently, there's no limit set, so I'm encouraged by that development. So thank you to Peter Marshall and his colleagues for that. My question is really about improved accessibility to villages and towns with regard to new development. And I was going to ask, in places like Bertha Park and other new developments, will there be strong non-motorised links created to allow people in these areas to access their nearest, well, in Bertha Park's case it's Perth, but in other areas around, especially in where I stay, a lot of developments have taken place in farmsteadings, and as soon as people move into these places, they want to know how they can walk and cycle safely to the nearest village. But we've got no money to actually provide such things, so it causes a lot of frustration. So how will the new policy deal with these things?
Thanks for that question, Councillor Robertson. Again, it's a matter of the appropriate scale, and in some respects, those active travel policies are well embedded into our local development plan and associated policies, and indeed our new mobility strategy that is being worked up. Again, it is a matter of scale, and certainly for the Bertha Park end of the spectrum, that absolutely is embedded, and there absolutely is requirements for footways, cycleways to be incorporated into the development. It does become more difficult at the much smaller scale cluster of housings in a more rural setting. But again, I'll defer to Brenda or Peter to give you any more detail on that.
Yeah, I think you've covered it, David, that this isn't really a fundamental shift in general policy. There's always been this desire to, well, I shouldn't say always, in recent years, a desire to enhance the active travel routes. I think the focus that changes here in NPF4 is the focus on 20-minute neighbourhoods. So not just looking at the connection of Bertha Park into the city, but the ability of areas like Bertha Park or Bertha Park and Amman Valley in this case to serve people's needs locally within this 20-minute neighbourhood. And that becomes even, more important. But David's right. We will not be able to deliver effective active travel routes for every pocket of housing in the countryside. And that's really why our policies are aimed at getting the right balance between concentrating development in the areas that have the best services in our main settlements, in other words, not just Perth, but the borough towns, rather than in far-flung rural areas. And what we're seeing in NPF4 is a slight shift in emphasis, whereas you will be aware in discussions in the past about TAPLAN's emphasis on the key settlements and a desire to see some more development in some of the smaller villages to support local services. NPF4 supports that approach by saying the rural areas of Scotland can accommodate more of the development than it has been in the past. In some areas to support services, in some areas to actually address rural depopulation, which is not such an issue for us in Perth and Kinross. So there's a slight change in emphasis there, but we certainly won't be able to enhance every rural cluster of housing in terms of active travel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else wishing to ask any questions, so thank the officers for answering the questions, and I invite Councillor Lyle to move the report. Councillor Lyle.
Apologies. Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. As Scotland moves into post-COVID recovery, it is vital that our national drive towards net zero carbon is properly planned, both nationally and locally. In doing so, we must ensure that our communities and places are future-proofed and fully engaged in the planning process. It is also important that the spatial strategy set out in NPF4 is supportive of investment and development. I believe the consultation response proposed by officers is well considered, offering credit where credit is due, but also providing some constructive criticism. It clearly identifies issues of content and clarity that need to be addressed by the Scottish Government to enable planning to function effectively nationally and locally. The approach taken in the draft NPF4 to sustainability, climate change, reaching net zero, biodiversity and placemaking is particularly welcomed. However, as we know, the devil is very often in the detail, and therefore it is also important to ensure that policy wording avoids ambiguity and provides clarity for those making decisions. The suggested responses around policy details should assist the Scottish Government planners to produce an improved final document. Likewise, the suggested inclusion of some Perth and Kinross based projects of national importance is also welcomed. I would like to thank the officers for their hard work in compiling this detailed consultation response as set out in Appendix 1. I'm happy to accept the recommendation and move the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyle. Councillor Duff to second.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. The collated response to the National Planning Framework for consultation is a major piece of work with significant implications for future planning and development throughout Perth and Kinross. The framework has a particular emphasis on the drive towards net zero carbon emissions by 2045 and a clear focus on sustainability, climate change, biodiversity and placemaking. I particularly welcome the officer's suggestions to include 4 projects within Perth and Kinross for the consideration of national development status: the Electric A9 project, the Regional Innovation Park at Perth West, Perth as the biodiversity capital of Scotland, and the Perth Smart Energy City programme. And the officers have taken the opportunity to emphasise the importance of the need for improvements to the Broxden and Ammonbank junctions of the A9. Deputy Provost, in finishing, I would particularly like to thank the Development Plan Team Leader, Brenda Murray, and our team for the work on this report and the response. I'm happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duff. Councillor Stewart, you have an amendment. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Can you hear me? Yeah. Committee services have popped the amendment on screen for everybody. Like the mover and seconder of the motion, I'd like to thank the officers for bringing forward this paper, and also thank them for the briefing that Mr. Littlejohn referred to that some members benefited from a couple of weeks ago. And I'd also like to thank officers for their engagement, particularly Mr. Marshall, in forming the wording of this amendment and confirming its competence. The amendment is 2-pronged, so you can see parts 1 and 2 there. The first part suggests that the National Planning Framework is backed up by a delivery strategy incorporating a clear commitment from key public sector and statutory stakeholders, and I've suggested some of the many in there, to fully engage at all stages of the planning process, including the development plan stage. This is seeking really policy confirmation of a more whole system approach to planning, particularly with respect to the infrastructure requirements for chiefly large or cumulatively large scale new developments. I think this response would be best placed in the 20 neighbourhoods section, but I'll leave if this is accepted, I'll leave the detail of where to put these responses up to officers. When we're talking about 20-minute neighbourhoods, for example, and mention has already been made of Bertha Park, I think there will be something like 7,000 new residents in Bertha Park once it's completed. That's the size of one of our, or bigger than one of our rural towns. And when we're putting in a new or giving permission for a new development like that, it's key that these public sector and statutory stakeholders engage in order to provide a town of that, effectively a town of that size, with the services that it needs. At the moment, I think all that the council can do is ask developers to, for example, make land provision for things like a new health centre, for example, but there's no way of forcing that local provision of services, and I think that if we had that clear commitment from the stakeholders, that would be a benefit for new developments going forward. The second part there, the 2 paragraphs of the second part, and read the 2 of them together. This really arose out of the decision of the council took in 2018 to request site capacity limits, absolute site capacity limits in the local development plan. Obviously, that was disappointingly rejected by the reporter, but this is the opportunity to provide a policy basis and backing for that should a future council choose to do so, but also to widen that out, as I've indicated in the text of the amendment, to include further design principles. And I note that that will be supported by the more detailed info that will be coming forward in relation to the identification of new sites for local development plans in the forthcoming updated guidance on preparation of local development plans. So we will have more information about sites before their inclusion, or we certainly hope to have more information about sites before their inclusion, and that will allow us to be clearer with respect to the design principles for any site, particularly for a major development. And as I said at the time of our discussion in 2018, that will bring benefits for everybody involved in the planning process. So it will provide clarity for landowners, for developers, for planning officers within the council, for elected members, and I hope it will go some way to restoring the a sense of ownership over the planning process that our communities and residents also want to have, because they do want to see good quality development, and having more detailed information and having more certainty within the local development plans, I hope will provide that. Thank you, Deputy Provost. I commend the amendment to the Chamber.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Barnacle, I believe you're going to second the amendment. Councillor Barnacle.
Yes. Thanks, Deputy Provost. I'm happy to second the amendment. Don't really want to say much more, particularly in relation to the part one, trying to get information out of NHS board in relation to proposals and get them more fully engaged is a real plus move, I think. And secondly, on the second part, the need for the public to have confidence in the planning process and some degree of certainty as to site capacity. I know that's difficult because all sites are different, but I think this amendment seeks to get more detail on that through the LDP process. So I'm happy to support the amendment by Councillor Stewart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barnacle. Councillor Wilson, you've a comment.
Thanks indeed, Deputy Provost, for the opportunity to speak. First of all, I welcome the report, and I want to thank the officers both for the detailed work they've put into this report, but also for the detailed work in the briefing. It's a pity there was just over a quarter of the council members there, because a pretty important piece of work going forward for our successors in office in the new council. The report itself, in some basic functions, is quite clearly contradictory. You've only to read the points about transport and then compare them with the green agenda and then the climate emergency stuff to realise that the whole tenor of the framework doesn't particularly hang well together, and I think that's a fundamental flaw in it, and I raised that point during our briefing session. I think also, following on a bit from what Councillor Stewart has said, that there clearly needs to be a much more fundamental input from key partnership workers, organisations, sorry, particularly when we look at the infrastructure. Health services are crucial to that, and it honestly, Deputy Provost, dismays me that Tayside Health Board not as a provider of service. I'm not for a moment criticising any of the very hard-working health service staff, but as an organisation, seems to lack a basic understanding of its role in developing future services throughout Perth and Kinross, Dundee and Angus and Fife. And that is a fundamental flaw. I'm glad Mr. Littlejohn mentioned Transport Scotland. It'll save me doing it. They as well, a government organisation, seem to be, particularly in some of the recent planning applications we've had, just simply not applying themselves to the job. And I think too, we need to engage with the private sector. So particularly in construction and particularly in the creation of jobs and housing. And I think there's, as far as housing is concerned, we need to have a much tighter grip on what's happening with housing, a much bigger emphasis on using up land that has been unused for a long time, brownfield sites. And we can't keep going eroding the countryside at the rate we're doing without some consequences for that. And that has implications for all sorts of things, including flooding, roads and pollution. However, there needs to be a bigger balance between developing brownfield sites, particularly in towns and cities, as a priority. I think the action areas for Scotland are fine, but I want to see Perth and Kinross in a much higher profile in that regard. And if you look at paragraph 2526, which the officers have clearly indicated, it says it very polite, gives an idea of the electric A9, the Perth West and the biodiversity capital. We need to have these things in much higher profile within the document and within the whole discussion about it. If I have one overall concern about the whole tenor of the document, it seems to me that it's another example of local decision making being eroded and centralisation and central decision making increasing. And I hope this doesn't lead to the diminution of LDP 3.4 in any way, because that needs to be the decision of the council. And we've enough controls of our LDP process already through the review by reporters and the review by the Scottish Government. We don't really need any more, and we should fight to maintain local decision making in our infrastructure planning as much as anything else. Deputy Provost, regarding the amendment, could we have a short recess to consider that, please?
I'm sure that can be made available after we've had all the comments, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Shire.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'll be brief in my comments. Very much supportive of the amendment put forward by Councillor Stewart and Councillor Barnacle, in particular the first part of the amendment. I recall prior to the last, when we had the last discussions on LDP2, making similar points at that stage, and I really hope that with the move towards 20-minute neighbourhoods and everything that stands for, that we won't then expect people to have to travel, considerable distances to access healthcare because key partners haven't been, an intrinsic part of the future planning process. So I hope that we can finally grab the nettle with this one, and that all partners will work to develop the kind of neighbourhoods and towns and communities that we want to establish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shires. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I was just going to say that I support the amendment put forward by Councillor Stewart and Barnacle. Just from a Kinrossshire perspective, I feel that many people have actually lost faith in the whole planning system for a number of reasons. For example, we have a large persimmon development on the edge of Kinross, which was originally zoned for 260 units. Through appeals and stretching the limits, that was actually increased to 372 units. which is a 43% increase in what was actually originally proposed. That's bad enough, but the fact that NHS Tayside never commented on any of the planning applications, and now people struggle in our area to get any sort of doctor's appointment whatsoever. I think the average wait is about 3 to 4 weeks. So this is not planning. This is just chaos. So we really need to tighten things up altogether, and not the plan is not a sort of a pie in the sky thing. It should be something that everybody can rely on and have some faith in. And as things stand at present, they don't, and I certainly don't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Forbes.
I think Councillor Lyle was before me.
No, Councillor Lyle moved the motion, if you recall, and he will be summing up.
Of course he did. I really can't say any more than I agree entirely with what's been said already. This apparent disconnect between the health service and planning, I think, has been something that's gone on far too long. I completely support Councillor Stewart's amendment.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else wishing to make comment. So Councillor Wilson asked for a short recess. Is that the will of the meeting, to have a short recess?
I wonder if it's possible, Deputy Provost, for me to sum up prior to the move for a recess.
Thank you, Councillor Lyle. That might be helpful and might save us having to have a recess. Councillor Lyle.
Thank you. Just
sorry, excuse me, Councillor Lyle. The mover of the amendment has to sum up first. If we do so, Councillor Stewart. This is going to be a bit awkward because you might say something, Councillor Lyle, that might change things. So,
okay.
Councillor Stewart, take a chance here.
I don't think I have anything really to add. Just to thank councillors for their contributions in support of the amendment, and hopefully we can agree it without going through some formal process, if that's okay. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lyle.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. And just one or two, I've heard the amendment, and just for formalities, I'm content to accept the amendment and incorporate it into the motion before us today, given the positive nature of the comments in the amendment. And just to add one or two comments, I would remind Councillor Robertson, unfortunately, many of the issues that he's highlighted are not within the control of Perth and Kinross Council. Others are charged with making these decisions. As far as Councillor Wilson's comments regarding Perth West, absolutely, we do need to raise the profile of Perth West because it is of national importance going forward, and I would absolutely agree with that. As far as the first point in the amendment is concerned regarding our statutory consultees and our partner organisations, I wouldn't like to specifically point the finger at NHS Tayside. We have had difficulty in the planning process getting reasonable responses from many other partner organisations over the years, and I'm well aware of the difficulty that our planning officers have had putting these major applications in particular together without assistance from partner organisations. But going back to the amendment, I'm happy to, given the positive nature of it, happy to incorporate it into the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyle. Councillor Wilson, do you still require recess?
Deputy Provost, thanks very much indeed. I think on balance we can go with the amendment. I think the succinct nature of the first part of it is good. I was simply wanting to be a bit more cautious about the second part, but if there's a feeling in the room that we should accept these amendments, I'm certainly not going to stand in the way of it. And I did refer in my remarks, my third set of remarks, I think almost a parallel situation of the points that Councillor Stewart made. That's an unusual event, but it's nonetheless one that's maybe welcome. So I think on balance we'll support the amendment and support the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. In that case, are we happy to agree the motion which is incorporating the amendments by Councillor Stewart?
Agreed.
Thank you all very much. I'm delighted that we have come to the end of this part of the meeting without having a vote, so thank you very much. I will now hand you back to the Provost for the next item on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Members, it's now 1 o'clock. Either continue, as there are only another 3-4 items, or would you like to have a break for lunch, half hour, or I'll leave it entirely up to yourselves.
I'd like to continue.
I'd like to continue.
Good, that's my view as well. Excellent.
I think we should crack on.
Sorry, yes, crack on. We're on to item 7, the Treasury and Investment Strategy and Prudential Indicators for 2022-23 to 27-28. Can I ask Stuart Mackenzie, Head of Finance, to introduce the report? Stuart.
Thank you, Provost, and good afternoon, councillors. This report considers both the borrowing required to deliver the Council's approved capital programme and maintain day-to-day cash flow, that's the Treasury strategy, and the management of the Council's short-term cash surpluses, the annual investment strategy. The projected new borrowing requirement over a period of a recently approved 6-year capital programme is detailed in section 2 and totals over £600 million. This includes all of the funded projects approved by Council in setting the capital budget in February, together with the borrowing required to support the housing investment programme approved earlier in January. The borrowing requirement is front-weighted, with £425 million, or approximately 70% of the total, currently forecast to be incurred over the next 3 years. Section 3 and Appendices 1 and 2 to the report set out forecasts on UK bank rate and Public Works Loans Board rates over the coming 3 financial years. PWLB rates over the next few years will have a significant bearing on the Council's Treasury costs, given the substantial increase in borrowing required to support the capital budget. In light of current inflation, it is widely assumed that there will be further increases in the UK base rate in 2022, with PWLB borrowing rates anticipated to gradually increase over the period. I would, however, caution that these projections are prepared prior to events in Ukraine. As members will appreciate, there is likely to be increasing volatility in financial markets, which may impact upon the Council's Treasury position, and the situation will remain under close review. As reported to the SPNR Committee in February, the Council recently borrowed £90 million in advance when PWLB rates reached historic lows in December 2021. The proposed borrowing strategy set out in section 4 of the report therefore assumes no immediate requirement to undertake further long-term borrowing to support the capital budget until late 2022-23. Should PWLB rates, however, fall significantly, as was experienced towards the end of last year, the proposed borrowing strategy allows for borrowing in advance should there be a cost benefit in doing so. The strategy also allows for consideration of alternatives to PWLB borrowing should this offer cost savings or advantages. Excuse me. The proposed investment strategy for 2022-23 is set out in section 5 and Appendix 3 to the report. The strategy is designed to ensure that investments are only made with low-risk counterparties, and that investment risk is spread amongst counterparties. It is not proposed to make any changes to the permitted investments or the monetary limits surrounding investment categories in 2022-23. Appendix 3 sets out investments by type with recommended financial limits. A separate schedule of individual investment counterparties is kept under review and reported quarterly to the SPNR Committee as part of the Treasury update reports. Given current events, I appreciate that members will seek assurance on the nature of the Council's investments. And on this point, I can confirm that the Council has no Treasury investments with banks or other financial institutions based in Russia. Non-operational properties held solely to earn rental income and or for capital appreciation also form part of the Council's permitted investments. The proposed annual property investment strategy for 2022-23 is attached with Appendix 4 to the report and is forecast to generate approximately £1.8 million of income in the coming financial year. To conclude, the Council's prudential indicators have been updated as shown in Appendix 5 to reflect the approved 6-year capital budget and 5-year housing investment programme. The most significant feature is the requirement to increase the authorised limit for borrowing, which includes all external debt, from the current £900 million to £1.2 billion to accommodate the recent capital investment decisions of Council. All Treasury and investment activity undertaken in accordance with the approved strategy will be monitored and reported to the SPNR Committee on an ongoing basis through the quarterly Treasury activity reports. Happy to take questions, Provost.
Thank you very much, Stuart. I have 2 or 3 questionnaires. Councillor Lane, you're first.
Thanks very much, Provost. And Stuart answered the question actually in his introduction. Just confirm, Stuart, that we have no investments with any Russian-based bank or their subsidiaries.
That is correct, Councillor Lane, and I would also add that the Council also holds investments through its charitable trusts and education trust, and there's no direct investment with Russia.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for that clarification, Stuart, and I'm sure everybody within the chamber will be glad to hear that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Donaldson appearing in the list. You're still there now, Councillor Donaldson?
I am indeed. Yes.
Okay, you're next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Provost. As Councillor Stewart states, I'm not first in with questions on Treasury matters, but I'm glad for that reassurance about
Donaldson.
Apologies, Provost. I lost the audio on Councillor Donaldson's question.
Yes.
Hello, sorry about that. I seem to have got cut off momentarily. I'd like to thank Stuart Mackenzie, John Jennings and the rest of the finance team for this report. As usual, it's both thorough and detailed. What I do want to ask, though, about is Appendix 1 and Appendix 2, and it's on the projections on interest rates. Now, I know there's the old saying that to make predictions is difficult, especially about the future. But if I look at Appendix 1, I'm not quite sure. You talk about 2 different institutions and then it's link assets services forecast. But on the projections, I can understand going up to the end of December this year and the forecast there. But thereafter, for about 2.5 years, 2.5 years, it flatlines. And that's across all bands, bank rate, 50-year money, right across the board. Can I just ask, is there some way for the future we could show this? And I think it's helpful to these, if we could show better consensus projections, and a bit similar to, I know events have overtaken us, but with inflation, a kind of pessimistic, optimistic, and a kind of neutral scenario.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson, for your question. I had anticipated part of your question, so I did speak to Link, or my colleague spoke to Link earlier this week to see if there was any update in the position, particularly given recent events. And which are likely to be very, very disruptive. And I'm thinking about the energy cost inflation, which will not only be experienced by organisations such as ourselves, but by individual constituents. I think that what's come back from the feedback we've had to date is one, the degree of uncertainty, simply around what interest rates might do, but also a kind of conflict between a desire to manage inflation, but also recognition that that governments across the globe will be trying not to end up in a stagflation situation, whereby we're just seeing a significant reduction in economic growth. These are highly uncertain and unprecedented times. So what we can do is look to perhaps enhance the projections that we have based on the information that's been provided by Link. They consult a couple of sources, and we could also perhaps in future reports, and I'm thinking about particularly this report, maybe do a little bit more on government analysis and similar sources to provide a range of scenarios, but we are in very, very unprecedented times.
Could I just follow up? I appreciate the degree of uncertainty involved and the desire to control inflation, but equally the questions about economic growth. Totally understand that, Stuart. But these projections, the flatlining for two and a half years, is almost telling me that basically we don't know. And it's not just that, it's not us that don't know, but the authorities, a lot of brokers, banks, just are not clear on this. But if there was something that could show kind of pessimistic, optimistic, as we did on inflation, and we revised that, at least it helps us, I think, to keep on top of events. I have one other question. It's kind of related, but I'll let the others go first. Okay.
Thank you. And I'm quite happy to look at the presentation, and I think your analysis of what the projections are like is fairly reasonable under the circumstances here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dawson. Councillor Illingworth, please.
Great. Thank you, Provost. Could I have permission to ask 2 questions of Mr. Mackenzie?
Yes, carry on.
Okay. The Public Works Loan Board clearly plays a large part in the Council's capital investment plans. Is the Public Works Loan Board administered by the United Kingdom Government or the Scottish Government?
Oh.
Thank you, Councillor Illingworth, for your question. It's administered by the UK Treasury through the Debt Management Office, so it's the UK Government.
Great, thank you very much. The second question is, what proportion of the £603 million of planned borrowing is confirmed and contracted at the moment, in rough terms?
So we effectively took out £90 million in advance when the rates fell. That gives us the resources for 22-23. So I'm just looking very briefly at the report. You'll see around about £150 million as the projected new borrowing required in 2022-23. So we've got our £90 million, £100 million of that already. Plus what's also part of the equation is running down investments. So our short-term investments are currently sitting at £230 million, which is higher than usual because of the advanced borrowing. We would plan to also use that as part of our capital funding strategy, if that helps.
Right, that's very helpful. Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Mr. Mackenzie.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Peter Barrett next.
Thank you, Provost. Sorry, mute button problem there. I wanted to ask Mr. Mackenzie about how the prudential limits in Appendix 5, particularly paragraph 1 financing costs compared to net revenue stream, are arrived at. To be blunt, I would have thought if we had a prudential or if we'd achieved a ratio of 15%, that would be put the council's finances under extreme duress, but that's the upper boundary. I know the report says it's based on historical figures, but we don't know what those are. And I would be interested to know how our prudential limits compare with other authorities' prudential limits.
Thank you, Councillor Barker, for your question. So the first thing is we are based on historic limits, and it's a matter of judgment. I agree if 15% of our revenue expenditure went on meeting our borrowing costs, that would be significant and challenging. But historically, what we have had is a relatively modest amount of funding for our borrowing costs, and actually some of the measures we've taken in the revenue budget over the last few years have further reduced from. So my recommendation to Council, and indeed what's reflected in the report approved by Council in February, is to build up that capacity over time. And as you can see, if we look at the next 6 years, if you take our total historic PWLB borrowing, and that's our main source of borrowing, to service the investment the Council has approved, we'll see a 75% increase in that borrowing over the next 6 years. So we are seeing a substantial increase in our borrowing that will also be challenged by contract inflation, which is running at a very, very high level. In terms of a comparison with other local authorities, I don't have that information to hand. It is an individual judgment by local authorities, recognising the other pressures on the revenue budgets and indeed their investment proposals. We have quite an ambitious level of investment over the next few years. It is very front weighted in terms of planned delivery. We have, in comparison to historic levels of expenditure, in multiples of what the Council has previously expended on its capital budget, for good reason and for reasons that elected members have debated at length. So it is a matter of judgment. In terms of comparative information, Audit Scotland do analysis on gross debt, so we can have that information circulated when it's available.
Thanks very much.
So McDade this time.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Mr Mackenzie, for your report. I just want to follow up on Councillor Lane's question earlier on and just get confirmation that we don't have investments in Belarus as well.
We have no investments in, as far as I'm aware, Councillor McDade, we have no investments in Belarus or in Russia. Nor have we ever had any investments in Russia. Our approved counterparty, our improved investment counterparty list, even if it were possible to make those investments now, it has no approved counterparties based in Belarus or Belarus or in the Russian Federation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councillor Braun, please.
Thank you, Provost. A quick question for Mr Mackenzie. Looking at the commercial portfolio, 215 properties which generate 1.8 million. I'm just wondering, are all those properties generating income, or are there any vacant ones? And if there are, we get vacant ones, do we market them aggressively to get people back in again?
I'm going to refer this, question. Thank you, Councillor Bond, for your question. I'm going to refer to my colleague David Littlejohn, whose team, estates team, manage this. We're always going to have turnover in our properties, as you'd imagine.
Yeah.
And yes, there is marketing, but I don't know if David would want to comment further on that point. I don't know if David's still on the call.
I think that David's left the meeting, unfortunately, and David will have an awful lot more information. There will be vacant properties just within the commercial estate, because there always are, and yes, we will be back. We will market them.
Okay, fine. Thanks, Barbara. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thank you. And the meeting has gone so well today. I'm in a good mood, Councillor Donaldson. You asked for a third question, so I'm going to allow it.
Thank you, Provost. It's actually my second question, because the last one was totally connected. I was hoping Councillor Braun, who came on before me, and he's a trustee of the Tayside Pension Fund, I certainly would like to know on both Russia and Ukraine, the position with the pension fund there. But the question I wanted to ask, the Public Works Loan Board is indeed the Treasury, in effect. It's an agency of the Treasury, but we are fully funded until the end of the next financial year. And I complimented the moves that we made at the end of last year and the rates that we borrowed at. Can I ask, though, under 4.2 on the report, we talk about other market instruments to allow borrowing to be agreed in advance and drawn down at prescribed future dates, usually up to 3 years ahead. Do we not have a similar flexibility with the PWLB? I know it tightened up its criteria, what, about 2-3 years ago, really to stop local authorities, especially south of the border, using it to round trip and to borrow at excessively low rates and then invest in what they thought would produce a return far greater than that. And that was tightened up. But could I just ask Stuart, on the criteria, do we have similar flexibility with the PWLB if for a future administration in, let us say, 2 years' time, we did require further borrowing to produce a return or benefit to our communities?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Dawson. I'm glad that the Provost is allowing you largesse to ask a lot of challenging questions. Thank you, Provost, for that as well. Straight answer is no, it's spot rates. It's spot rates on the PWLB, which is why we've looked at commercial lending and potentially to see what benefit might be in that, because then we could guarantee that at least we could guarantee the rate. It would be in excess of PWLB and it would carry a premium, as you'll know. But that's why we've looked at potential commercial lenders. One glimmer of hope in that is that commercial lenders are keen to see low carbon, low energy efficient projects on their book, as you can imagine. So there might be a little bit of discounting, but our understanding is it would still be significantly in excess of PWLB rates. If PWLB rates begin to move upwards, and that is a real possibility, then that might make commercial lending more attractive.
That's the way I was thinking. If come 23-24 PWLB rates, well, for 50-year money, well, not 2.4%, but it's more 3%, 3.5%, then that may be an option going forward. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Comments? There's no more questions, should I say. Can I ask Councillor Lyle to move the report, please?
Thank you very much, Provost. And again, with others, I'd like to thank the officers for bringing this paper forward today. Provost, the requirement of SIPFA's Code of Practice for Treasury Management is that our annual Treasury and investment strategy is approved by Council. The consideration of the strategy today fulfills that requirement. The Head of Finance has already provided elected members with a comprehensive update on the specific contents of the report and answered questions. I will keep my remarks brief and focus on two areas of the report. Firstly, I welcome the proposal to increase the authorised limit of borrowing to 1.2 billion. This will put in place the authority to undertake the significant borrowing that is required for the delivery of this administration's capital programme. Secondly, I welcome confirmation that even with the largest capital investment programme that this council has undertaken, the capital budget remains affordable, sustainable and prudent. Thank you.
Councillor Duff to second the report.
Thank you, Provost. And these strategies will ensure that the Council achieves the best possible returns on its borrowings and investments while minimising risk in light of prevailing and forecast market conditions. As indicated, while the Council will require significant levels of borrowing over the next few years to fund the administration's capital programme, members will welcome the statement that following prudent advance borrowing at extremely low rates during 2021-22, there is no need for further long-term borrowing until late in the next financial year, particularly given the current volatile financial markets. Thank you, Provost. I'm happy to second the report.
Councillor Duff. We have a few comments, so we'll move to comments, and Councillor Illingworth is first.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to make two comments, if I may.
Okay,
the first one is this report explains clearly the excellent treasury management work being undertaken by our very fine finance department. It describes the extremely large planned borrowing required to support a bold and ambitious capital programme. And my second comment is that the size of the planned borrowing programme should give us all cause for thought. An increase of 0.5% in interest rates across £600 million would cost £3 million a year. To put that in context, £3 million would pay for more than 50 teachers' salaries, or cause an increase in council tax of 3%. These eye-watering sums underlie the importance of maintaining as large a financial reserve as possible to enable the council to respond flexibly to future challenges. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Liz Barrett, please.
Thank you, Provost. I'd just like to add our thanks to Mr Jennings and Mr Mackenzie and the finance team for this comprehensive and prudent report. As Councillor Duff highlighted, it's great that we are now benefiting from their activity in early borrowing at low rates, and the benefits that will flow through to us for that. We appreciate hugely all the work that goes on in the background all the time to ensure that we're prudent and we'll have funds to meet our commitments in these uncertain times, and we just want to say thank you.
Very much, Liz. That's very helpful. Councillor Bob Brown, please.
No, Provost, I was just confirming I'll be checking with the pension fund to find out if we have any investments in there. That's all.
I thought you had a question on that.
No, not at all. Thank you.
Can I?
Councillor Lee.
Rebeck. Councillor Rebeck and then Councillor Lane.
Thanks very much, Provost. Just very briefly, I agree with Councillor Illingworth that general reserves need to be kept at a prudent level. I think the COVID reserve, however, is for now. I think we need to spend it now. COVID is now, and I think the recovery is important. I think COVID reserves need to be spent, whilst agreeing with him on a broader, prudent way forward for general reserves. Thanks.
Councillor Lane.
Thank you. Councillor Rebeck has just verbalised exactly what I was going to say. There's a time for having reserves, and we've managed to maintain them. There's also a time for when there's a need to spend them, and I think the COVID reserve should definitely have been spent as we come out of COVID. But I'd also like to thank the officers for doing their jobs diligently, as usual.
Okay, thank you for everybody. Thank you very much, Stuart. I'm now going to hand over to the Deputy Provost. Sorry? Sorry, agree the report. Sorry, getting a bit tired now. Agree the report?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed.
Thank you very much, councillors. The corporate parenting update and plan, and I would like to invite Sheena Devlin, Executive Director, Education and Children's Services, to introduce the report. Sheena.
Thank you very much, Deputy Provost. Good afternoon, councillors. I am very pleased to be bringing this important report before you all this afternoon. The Children and Young People Scotland Act 2014 introduced the statutory duties and responsibilities for the Council in their role as corporate parents, and part of those responsibilities is the production of a plan which shows our contribution to meeting the needs of our care-experienced children and young people. This is our second plan and has been co-produced with our partners, but more importantly, has been written with full involvement of our young people. The plan is based on the priority areas outlined in the promise, which is the set of recommendations resulting from the independent care review. These have been published since the timing of our first plan. In Perth and Kinross, our care experience population continues to give us a whole lot of pride, but we also recognise that we continue and must continue to provide the right kind of support for this very particular group of young people. The pandemic has undoubtedly had an impact on their emotional well-being, and actions in this plan are intended to minimise harm and maximise their potential. Within the paper, there is also an offer for the sharing of the plan and the responsibilities to form part of any future inductions for elected members. I'm delighted to have Linda Richards from Services for Children, Young People and Families with me here today, who will be able to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sheena. I will now open it up to questions. I don't see anyone wishing to ask a question at the moment, but oh, here we go. Councillor Pover.
Thanks very much, Deputy Provost. I'd just like to refer to page 172, and it notes that the report notes that PKC has increased the number of foster and kinship carers and supported lodgings providers so you can live within a family for as long as you need to, referring to the children, of course. And I just wonder, do we have sufficient numbers of foster carers to meet the needs of children being accommodated? And in the aftermath of COVID, this is just a wee supplementary, is the Form F assessments for foster carers being fast-tracked at the moment?
Linda, are you answering this question, please?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks very much, Councillor, for your question. Yes, we have been able to increase the number of our foster carers, not substantially, and I have to be honest in saying that we are not currently able to meet all of our need. So we have had to purchase some placements from independent fostering agencies. There is a national shortage and a recognition that there is a national shortage of foster carers, and the pandemic has had an impact on those who are willing to come forward. Fast tracking the Form F assessment is not really something that we would be wanting to get into, and part of the reason for that is that we have a very efficient system where we have inquiries that come in, we respond within a week to those inquiries, and then we allocate a worker who will dedicate themselves to ensuring that assessment is done as quickly as possible. But part of the success of being a foster carer is having the time and ability to reflect on some of your own life experiences and how that might impact on you when you then take on the care of one of our children, young people. And we wouldn't want to fast track and get rid of some of that time. But what I will assure Council is that every efficient way of doing the assessment is currently being done.
No, that's excellent. Thank you very much for that answer. I was a wee bit concerned because I'm aware that other places, not necessarily PKC, have been looking at that option, and I'm just reassured that obviously that's not happening here. And as somebody who has completed many a Form F assessment, I think the time that's required in doing that is very important. So thank you very much for the answer.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lane.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. It's on the same point there on page 172, where we've increased our support to kinship carers, etc., by creating a dedicated kinship care team. In the period 2017 to 2021, how much have we done to increase the financial package for people to enter into doing this good work?
So I can answer that with in 2017 2016, the Scottish Government asked for local authorities to ensure that there was parity with the foster care allowance for approved kinship carers. So that is the kinship carers who are looked after population of children and young people. And we achieved that with full council support in 2016. So our current kinship care allowance is the equivalent of the foster care allowance and has been since 2016. We have also created a very strong partnership with our welfare rights team, who have got a dedicated support which allows for our kinship carers to have a financial assessment undertaken as soon as they become kinship carers, in order to ensure that any benefits that they are entitled to, they are indeed claiming.
So just for clarity, do we increase that every year as a local authority, the payments in line with inflation or anything? Because the budget, I think the council voted through a 3% increase in payments to kinship carers. I think it was.
That is correct.
Because
yep.
I don't think there'd been a rise for 9 years previous to that.
That's correct, but there was a rise this year of 3%.
Which will start in the 1st of April, but in the period here is what I'm talking about. There's not been a rise.
No, there's not been a rise. But what I will say is that during this...
Thank you. That was the question I asked. I asked what the rise was in that period from 2017 to 21, and you've confirmed that there hasn't been a rise, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Laying. I think there was another underlying part to that question, but never mind, we'll ignore it. Councillor Liz Barrett.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and thank you to Linda and Sheena and the team for the work on this and everything that you're doing to support our care for children. I just wanted to check about Appendix 1 from on pages 177, 179, 178. It says that some of these items are still to be developed. Is that items that have still to be developed by the Promise Delivery Group, or is that something we still have to do within Perth and Kinross? And are you okay for resources to cover that soon?
Some of the items that are still to be developed is about the performance measures in which we will look at how well we are delivering this plan. So we're looking at, there are different parts of legislation that are going to be coming into place in order to deliver the promise nationally. And so as they are developed and implemented, we will also be developing our performance measures to ensure that we have the right supports in place for our care experience population, and we are able to measure our performance nationally.
Thank you. So it's really, you're dependent on external stuff to get on with this.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lane, you want me to explain myself? Well, I will explain myself. I think you were just trying to make a little trick question there to find out about some budget, if one party put more in a budget than another. So it was just a little remark, and I think we're just to try and make wee remarks and try and keep us going for the rest of the day. So I'm very sorry if I offended you again, Councillor Lane.
There was no trick question. The question was, sorry, Provost.
Deputy Provost.
If you're going to make a comment, surely I'm allowed to respond. I asked a simple question about if there'd been an increase between 2017 and 2021. I was not given that answer, so I asked the question again. It's a perfectly acceptable question to ask, and I don't think you should be commenting that we should ignore it.
Point taken, Councillor Lane. Let us move on, please. I don't see anyone else wishing to ask any questions on this report. So in that case, I will ask Councillor Lyle to move the report, please.
Thank you, Deputy Provost, and I hope everyone's hearing or able to hear me. Unfortunately, I don't have any screen on on my Surface Pro at the moment, so hopefully you're able to see and hear me. Provost, the Children and Young People Act Scotland 2014 defines corporate parenting within Scots law and requires the production of a plan which ensures that those identified as corporate parents work together to meet the needs of care-experienced children, young people and care leavers. These duties aim to ensure the attention and the resources of corporate parents are focused on the task of safeguarding and promoting the well-being of these children and for care leavers from infancy through to adulthood. This requires corporate parents to listen to the needs, the fears, the wishes of children and young people, and to be proactive, determined in their collective efforts to address issues and concerns. The production of the Perth and Kinross Corporate Parenting Plan 21-24 encompasses this ambition and highlights the attentions required to achieve these agreed objectives. This plan has been produced in full consultation with care-experienced children and young people in accordance with the requirements of the promise, the report of the National Independent Care Review 2020. It is an extremely accessible document with clearly defined responsibilities and actions. In Perth and Kinross, we remain committed to improving the life outcomes for all children, and we have special responsibility for those who are looked after. This plan provides a clear outline of our ambition as corporate parents within Perth and Kinross. We must be aspiration for all our children. They are our future. Happy to move the paper. Thank you.
Very much, Councillor Lyle. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. The role of the Council and key partners as corporate parents is a very important one. We have a duty to meet the needs of looked after children, young people and those leaving care. This is a duty which the Council takes extremely seriously as we try to make Perth and Kinross the best place for all our children and young people, especially those with care experience, to grow up. This is an excellent report. The key highlights of the corporate parenting plan to date are listed at paragraph 1.3, with our ambitions for the future detailed in the accompanying action plan. I'd like to thank Linda Richards and our Services for Children, Young People and Families team for this report and our action plan for 2021 to 2024. I'm happy to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duff. Councillor Shires.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm very pleased to see this plan brought before Council today. It's been a privilege to, along with Councillor Rebeck and others, attend as many meetings of the corporate parenting subgroup as I could over the past 5 years. These meetings have been superbly led by Sheena Devlin, Jackie Pepper, Linda and all of their colleagues. Those who make up the subgroup and have contributed to the plan take their duties extremely seriously and want for the children and young people who are looked after in Perth and Kinross all that they would wish for their own children. The meetings are focused, good-natured, and there's a huge amount of seriousness of the challenges faced, whilst also ensuring that compassion runs through every action. The plan in front of members outlines what's been done so far and will be done in the future. I would highlight the work done through the Fun Young Individuals and the Milestones film that they produced that brought into stark view the reality of being a young person experiencing the care system through to the increasing levels of independent advocacy. The focus on whole family support demonstrates the commitment to empowerment and making it meaningful. We should all be proud but never complacent of the record that this council has in giving care, support and love to those children and young people who need us the most. Our links with partners and other public bodies in Perth and Kinross, as outlined on page 11 of the plan, have developed and strengthened, and I wish all those involved in implementing the plan in the future the very best. The document to be read and filed, but is a living document which changes lives and improves opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shires. Councillor Rebeck.
Councillor Shires is absolutely right in what she says. I've managed to disagree with people right across this chamber over the last 5 years on pretty much just about anything, but not this one. The promise for care experienced young people is really important, possibly one of the most important things that we look at over the council, and there's been uniform agreement that our teams in Perth and Kinross go above and beyond. They do go above and beyond, whether it's the Reach team, the Praise team or whatever else team, and they're to be commended, and this report is to be commended. So thank you.
Councillor Laing, view.
Thank you.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I didn't hear you previously, Deputy Provost. Thanks for that. I would just want some clarity there. Action said over the last 9 years that it hadn't gone up, so I was including previous administration as well. My response was to the previous question, where we are maybe struggling to attract people into the care, kinship care and foster care service. So just wanted to clarify that it was not a political point. It was a point in that these people do fantastic work for maybe not enough of a payback. So the rest of the report is fantastic, and again, no political points were made by anybody apart from myself, Provost, on this paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Laing. Anyone else wish to make any comments? Yes, Councillor McDade, I realise there seems to be a delay, but I can't, we don't know that here. I'm sorry, it's just the way it works. We speak when the light lets us know that it's live, and if there's a little delay, that's just an error, and I'm sure the technology will be fixed someday to make it a bit easier for everybody. But back to this report. This report is an excellent report, and can we unanimously agree the report?
Agreed.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Thank you all very much.
Agreed.
We now move on to paper 9, the petitions procedure, and I will now ask Scott Henry, the Acting Democratic Services Manager, to introduce the report. Scott.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'll be brief, just to say that obviously the report has been presented to Council previously, but was deferred due to the timing constraints that we had in those meetings. The procedure was discussed at meetings of the Governance Member Officer Working Group, where there was the opportunity for feedback and discussion. So I'm happy to take any questions on the report.
Thank you very much, Scott. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Provost. I just have a question of accuracy on page 187, part 3, the second arrow down, second arrow from the bottom, where it mentions complaints against individual councillors. I don't think the information there is correct. I should like that clarified. It's my understanding that if there's a complaint against a councillor, in the first instance it's reported to the Commissioner for Ethical Standards in Public Life in Scotland, and it's up to them to decide if it would go to the Standards Commission or not. So I think it's not quite accurate, or perhaps we can have that verified.
At the moment, Councillor Simpson.
I think so. It stops at Commission rather than the Complaints Committee. I think that's right. Isn't it? Is it?
That's correct. Yeah, you're correct, Councillor Simpson. We're happy to formally amend that.
Anyone else? Any questions on this report? No, so I'll invite Councillor Lyle to move the report.
Okay, thank you again, Deputy Provost, and again just to remind members that I have no access to any screen at the moment. This report seeks approval of the petitions procedure, which will sit as an appendix to the Council standing orders. The procedure formalises the practice adopted to date with some improvements and refinements, and has been developed in consultation with the governance MOG. The petitions procedure is an important element of our governance framework, which ensures open and transparent and democratic decision making. It sets out criteria and the steps to be followed where individuals, communities or groups or businesses want to raise issues with the Council by way of petition. I am therefore happy to move the recommendations and ask the Council to 1. Approve the petitions procedure as set out in Appendix 1 and formally incorporate the petitions procedure into the approved standing orders. Thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Duff to second the report, please.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Just happy to formally second the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bailey, you have an amendment.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Provost. If committee services could bring that to the screen, please. Thank you. So the amendment really at heart, what I want to achieve is to give a bit more, allow even more participation than the proposal suggests, both in terms of what we would consider as a valid petition. We have the 6-month rule that rightly usually ties our own hands so that we can't change our minds about things. But I think still it's within our powers to suspend standing orders, as we did on the matter of the instrumental music service a couple of years ago, when we do decide that maybe as a body we've made a mistake and we want to go back on that based on a petition of sorts. So part 1A of my amendment that you can see on the screen is intended to address that the petitions wouldn't be limited by the 6-month rule, but we would still be, and we'd still have to be cognizant of that if we reversed a decision. Part B is related to moving the decision as to whether a petition is competent or not into the hands of the relevant convener or provost if something was coming to the competence of full council, and that's essentially so that it's an elected person making that decision based on the advice of officers, as happens in other areas. One thing I thought I would mention is that there's a separate provision that remains unamended in this paper that means that a repetitious petition coming forward within 12 months is still considered invalid automatically. So my change to the 6-month rule here is only about petitions being allowed to be heard. It's not actually allowing, it doesn't open the door to duplicate petitions being heard multiple times. As a separate 12-month provision for that, which I fully agree with in the paper. So thank you for your consideration, colleagues. I won't take up any more of your time. I think I'm between you and a late lunch and would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bailey. Councillor McDade, do you wish to second the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm very happy to formally second Councillor Bailey's amendment. I think it's a very pragmatic approach. And I would just also like to comment that I'm glad that at my second last full council meeting that we are agreeing petitions procedure, which I think was first discussed at the summer of 2017. So very glad that I'm here for it before I finish up.
Thank you very much. I will open it up for comment. I do not see anybody wishing a comment, or Councillor Purvis, are you just making a comment? Councillor Peter Barrett.
Thanks, Provost. I would like to speak against Part B of Councillor Bailey's motion. I think the procedure as proposed is superior to what Councillor Bailey's suggesting. I think what Councillor Bailey's suggesting, and I can understand where he's coming from, and I think he's looking for some elected member decision making over petitions, but I've kind of suffered the rough edge of a convener's decision on a petition previously, where I think too much power rests within the convener, and either through political considerations or just sheer spite, the petition wasn't considered. And I think it was done by a process of delaying a decision for a number of committees and then ultimately saying that there wasn't time to consider it. So I think if it's done by the head of legal services in conjunction with the convener, then that sort of jiggery-pokery wouldn't be allowed to happen. And decisions would be made timiously and I think in a principled manner. So I would resist a Part B of the first part of Councillor Bailey's amendment. Part A, I'm kind of I can see both sides of that. I think in practical terms, if the council does something that incites a large number of people to sign a petition against it, then you would want to deal with that expeditiously. And if we weren't going to deal with it because of the 6-month rule, then I think that might lead to concerns about the reputation of the council. So I might be minded to support Part A, but certainly not Part B. And Provost, therefore, if we can have a separate vote on those two parts, that might be of assistance.
Yes, Peter, I don't think we can go a day without having a vote, so that's really good. You've just made my day.
That's nice to hear, Provost.
Yes, that's good. That's something that makes me happy.
An excellent day, Provost. Deputy Provost.
Yes, even that. Anyone else wish to make a comment?
Next, let Murray speak as to
Just to make a comment. So now, it should be Councillor McDade, no, sorry, Councillor Bailey that would sum up first. So Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. No additional comments to offer. I hear what Councillor Barrett is saying. However, my concern is that if we were to put these matters right to the chamber, we'd have a situation where we'd be allowing debate on things that were clearly not competent for the chamber to debate on. It work on that wording, but wasn't able to arrive at something workable. So I appreciate where you're coming from, Councillor Barrett, but I'm going to stick with my current wording because it at least gives a degree more of democratic oversight to what petitions get heard and don't get heard versus the motion or the proposal in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Oak, we've got a point of clarification. Liz Barrett, Councillor Barrett.
Can we just clarify that we can vote on this in parts, please?
We can.
We can.
I suggest we hear from.
Thank you.
The suggestion is that we might hear from Councillor Lyle at this stage and then we can take it from there. Councillor Lyle.
Again, thank you very much, Deputy Provost. And assuming that the amendment that I'm looking at is the same amendment as was sent to me yesterday from Councillor Bailey, I'm happy to incorporate the amendment into the motion as stands, and I would refute any allegations of jiggery-pokery from Councillor Barrett from any member of this council. But I'm happy to, sorry, for clarity, I'm happy to incorporate the amendment from Councillor Bailey and Councillor McDade into the motion. Thereafter, if there's a vote pursued by others, then so be it.
And Deputy Provost, just for the record, I'm happy to concur with that.
Councillor Peter Barrett, what do you wish to do now?
Deputy Provost, if the amendment's been incorporated into the motion, then I think it's just agreed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Deputy Provost, just to clarify, the motion as part of the debate, the amendment has been incorporated into the motion. There is an opportunity if other members do wish to move a further amendment. Otherwise, we can just agree the revised motion.
I don't see anyone else wishing to bring forward an amendment at this stage. I hear some voices in the background. I don't know whether that's meant for us to hear or not, but I haven't heard anyone putting forward another amendment, so are we happy to agree the motion?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yeah, thank you for the incorporation, Councillor Lyle. Thanks.
Agreed.
And there is no one wishing to have their dissent recorded. That was a question, not a statement. That sounds as if that was agreed then. We now move to paper 10, the update to the scheme of administration. So we're happy to agree as it is set out on the agenda.
Agreed.
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 Agreed. Thank you all very much for the interesting debates today. There have been some very serious papers before us this morning, but it's very good that we've managed to agree on all the papers today. So thank you very much.
I would like to add my thanks as well, because that's been a very good-natured meeting in general, and I'm absolutely delighted. So thank you very much, everybody, for all your contributions.